A little chilly. Actually, it was something like, what to say? New York is 80, and that's unbelievable. Yeah, 80, which meant it was probably 70 or something in Providence. But wow, it's so weird. Oh yeah, one of those. Yeah, one of those little. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. I said I moved to Vietnam for saying.
I just want to tip it. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our second day. I hope you all had a lovely time here in Scottsdale and that you are looking forward to another day's work. You certainly worked very hard yesterday, very attentive to the audience. We're very grateful for it. We start with a bang, if you will, today, because we have as our featured speaker, as our keynote, Susan Bitter-Smith, who is the regulator. She's chairwoman of the Arizona Corporation Commission, and if we were told yesterday not to regard Arizona as ground zero, but ground one, the speaker said that ground zero was probably Hawaii. The next step up, or the next in line, was Arizona. I want to say personally about Susan Bitter-Smith that she's been just so easy to work with, accepted our invitation with alacrity early on, and I'm very grateful for that. She has been on the commission and elected office since 2013, and earlier life she was in the cable industry and was on special committees and was involved with the First Amendment issues, which of course is of keen interest to 59 years that I've been in journalism. She also was on the privatization system, on the Board of Cronkite board affiliated with the university, Arizona State University, and her daughter is now studying journalism. I went to see, I'll try to advise her to do something that's decently paid, but she may want a wonderful life, so she should probably stay with it. Susan Litter-Smith, a great lady, a great regulator, has come to tell us how she played a vital role in this very fluid Arizona. Madam, please.
Well, good morning and welcome to Arizona. I was greatly honored to be invited to speak, and I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge my fellow commissioner, Commissioner Bob Burns, who is with us in the back of the room. Bob, what you're going to hear is nothing you haven't lived and experienced. So when it comes to questions, if I've missed, before I start, just a couple of things. I know it's a little chillier than you would have expected in Arizona, but I do hope you have a chance to experience some of our beautiful state. I'd be remiss, since I'm a former Scottsdale City Council member, I didn't ask you to spend a little money, a little tax dollars here in the city. Please do that, because we certainly encourage tourism, and that's part of what our economy is built on. And then secondly, of course, I want to say thank you to this group for being here, because of course meetings are the source of income as well for the state, as well as many other opportunities for economic development in the entire Arizona economy. You know, what I initially had intended to say when we first talked about this meeting several months ago has changed a little bit, because the environment in Arizona has changed in the last number of months. I see a number of faces in the room that will know what I am talking about, in that in Arizona, as well as across the country, many commissioners, all 5 Arizona commissioners, have found themselves in the middle of very personal and very vitriolic attacks that have been driven by some third-party dark money groups that are funded by some members of the solar industry. And I want to say some, because there are some folks in the room that I know that certainly are not condoning that behavior. But in fact, it is what is happening not only in Arizona, but in New Mexico, in Louisiana, in Wisconsin, and many places across the country. And it has become reality. We have a new air utility regulation. What used to be a quiet, sleepy little process where we do evaluations predicated upon all of the data still exists. But on top of that, you have a lot of outside noise. It's become very much a political conversation, a political discussion, with serious dollars being spent, not by just the solar industry, but by the regulated utility, investor-owned utility side as well. This is a high money game, and it is now entering the conversation, and certainly will have impacts on what's happening around the country and how policymakers and regulators are viewing some of these conversations. And I know you heard yesterday from a number of members about presenters about why this might be. And I'm going to turn to Mr. King in a piece that he wrote long ago and use his quote as an example about why I think this is happening. And I think in your recent article, importantly, you said, solar rooftop installations are fraying the very fabric of utilities and their business models. I think that's obviously a true statement. And this is not a fight that will be held in DC, but rather in the states. Very much a true statement. These conversations are going to be happening from state commission to state commission, Arizona notwithstanding. Now, I am delighted to hear that we're not ground zero anymore. That's helpful. I'm not sure ground one is any better than being ground zero, but we certainly are at the forefront of the discussion. And I think part of that was be the right place at the right time or the wrong place at the wrong time. Many of you know that about 2.5 years ago, Arizona entered the conversation again on net metering policies or net energy metering. In Arizona, the acronym is net metering. And the commission at that time made a decision that we thought was perhaps obvious, but we restated the obvious, and the majority of the commission indicating that we did think that we ought to be saying publicly there's a value to the grid and then there's a cost shift, and that solar customers need to be paying something for the utilization of that grid. Now, the something is, of course, what is a continuing conversation point in the state of Arizona is what is that charge? What should it be? What should it be predicated upon? What data should be included? At what point in the conversation should that decision be made? Should it be done inside a rate case, outside a rate case? And all of those are the conversations that are now being driven. But premised upon the decision and the sort of obvious statement that there is a cost shift and needs to be a charge for that. As a result of that, of course, that has raised many concerns among members of the solar industry. And I think that some members of the solar industry decided this is now a hand-to-hand combat battle. We are at, political and philosophical war, and this is how we're going to proceed. In many states where you have active solar net metering, net energy metering conversations and dockets. Not suggesting that's necessarily wrong, it is just the new reality. And so how does that impact how regulators do their job, or how policymakers do their job? Well, certainly for those of us that are publicly elected, it's very interesting. It's very interesting to get up every morning and read yet a new headline in the newspaper predicated upon some very odd or strange charge. As I mentioned, all 5 commissioners have their sort of attacks in Arizona. They mounted them. None of them have merit, of course, necessarily, but they are certainly topics of conversation. It's also very interesting to see the continued outreach to the voting public, the electorate in Arizona, on many policy issues. The volume of emails and letters that have come in on issues has readily increased at the commission. I don't think is actually a bad thing. I think that's a positive thing, to try to get constituents to understand what it is the commission does and what our decision points are, and communicating what they believe and what their philosophies are. And I certainly have welcomed that. I don't know if the rest of my commissioners have, I suspect they have, but I think it's been interesting to increase the dialogue. Typically in a commissioner, you see maybe 30 or 40 people, sort of a cast of regulars who are helpful and certainly need to be part of the process, but they are all the parties to the issues. That is not always the case anymore. In many cases, you will see average citizens who are very important to those of us that are elected officials, but important to all policymakers, there to express their opinion as they might do at a city council meeting, or a county board meeting, or a legislative hearing, because they have been alerted and educated about this process. I think that's a very positive thing, and I continue to welcome that. But all policymakers and regulators, whether we're elected or appointed, are only human. And so as this very personal, attack-oriented approach continues, that sideshow takes its toll. And obviously, you have to know that commissioners are thinking about that, even as we try to keep focused on our jobs, as we move forward. The good news is that commissioners across the country are talking to each other about this new change in the environment. I was at a Western commissioner meeting not long ago, and there was sort of an open session to talk about pending issues. Well, 90% of the time was spent talking about how do you deal with this new public image campaign that's happening, not in a positive way in many states. And the really positive outcome of that conversation was, to a commissioner, to a person, the answer was, we're having to deal with it, but it's not impacting. We is to be appointed service making decisions for regulated entities as well as our ratepayers, and making sure that we have a balanced energy portfolio and doing the right thing. And so, despite all the outside noise, we will be focused on what we need to do, which is to make good decisions and make the right choices going forward for what is clearly a very changing and energetic energy community. So in Arizona, we have a number of things happening. I want to talk to you a little bit about what we are facing. We have a number of rate cases coming fairly quickly. Now, I suspect all of you know one of those is a significant rate case with Arizona Public Service Company. But before we get to the APS rate case, we have a number of other cases poised to come to the commission from Tucson Electric Power, a number of electric co-ops. All of these cases create the opportunity for conversation about what do we do about a calculation for grid access. Do we look at a demand charge? What do we do in terms of rate design? And so I know there's, again, a lot of focus and a lot of media attention on what's going to happen with the APS rate case in 2016. But the fact of the matter is, before we get to that, we have a number of other cases in line. And I think those will be an opportunity for our commission and for the parties to have conversations about what are these options and what do they do to ratepayers, what do they do to the success rate of utility, how do they function going forward, what does this do to the expansion or potentially not the expansion of rooftop solar. So the Tucson Electric Power case of interest to many, at least certainly in the state, as an opportunity for that dialogue and conversation. And on top of that, the commission recently in Arizona voted to do a separate docket prior to the APS rate case to do with a value of solar study. And I know many states have gone through that process, as well as a cost of service analysis. This is sort of a generic overview in preparation potentially for a rate case, although the final decisions clearly for APS will be done in that APS rate case. As I said, we're certainly thinking about the decision we made 2.5 years ago and what we need to do to potentially update that or revisit that. But don't ignore what's happening between now and the APS rate case filing. I do think as we go through all of these cases and we begin to analyze it, there will still be a little bit of theatrics, a little bit of outside noise from many players, not just from one side of the argument. Several of you in the room have sat through presentations I made early on after APS, the initial APS decision 2.5 years ago, as we talked about for the first time in Arizona's history, and really I think in commissions across the country's history. We had a very aggressive grassroots campaign and activated lots of people to come to commission hearings to communicate with the commission. That's the tip of the iceberg, and I think we're going to see more and more of that as we go through all these particular cases. So we continue to deal with those issues. The separate docket of the value of solar and the issue of the cost of service study is just being scheduled. We'll have content coming fairly quickly as we move into the new year. That will be where a lot of time and energy is focused. On top of that, though, we have some other things happening that I think are very exciting in Arizona that play into what the new environment will be. We have the new entry of APS into the energy imbalance market, something that's happened very rapidly and fairly quickly and has lots of unique opportunities. There's continued conversation that there might be other Arizona utilities looking at that possibility. No one has announced that yet. And key to that conversation about energy imbalance market, as some states are looking both at the EIM and potentially some of their providers moving into Cal ISO status, we're simply focused on EIM at the moment. But governance of how that works with the energy imbalance market is going to be very important to the commission and to ratepayers in Arizona. At the moment, lots of states are involved. There's a Western Management Committee of Western Commissioners talking about this issue. As you might guess, as an elected commissioner in Arizona, I simply don't want to be standing and saying, oh, by the way, we ceded a lot of authority to our management of our energy provider to the governor of California. Not a good conversation to have, and certainly not what EIM intends for us to do or does Arizona want to do. So there has been, I think, good dialogue, good conversation, a lot of willingness on the Cal ISO leadership and their board to talk about a new paradigm in how these other states can get involved in the energy imbalance market that's operated by Cal ISO. And they have big challenges ahead of them too, because they need to deal with what might be happening with potential governance changes for Cal ISO itself as they see non-California utilities moving into that space. So stay tuned. I think you'll see some exciting announcements there as well. And then, of course, there is the ever-present looming cloud of the Clean Power Plan and the implementation of that across the country. Arizona is a huge target. We have a big attainment number sitting right in front of us. And it's a frightening prospect for Arizona policymakers, for Arizona utility providers, and it should be a frightening prospect for ratepayers, because the sheer magnitude of what we have to do under the current plan is impossible. We simply can't do it in the time frame that has been prescribed. So our state has decided to take a two-track mechanism in response. We are working on a state implementation plan The commission is involved with the Department of Environmental Quality, as well as a utility working group. And I'm pleased to tell you those entities have been working together very, very well, all on the same page, and working to put together a filing of a state implementation plan that will be more realistic in terms of how we make progress towards the attainment goals without shutting down our state. Those of you familiar with Arizona may know that we do have, a number of coal-fired plants. Many of them have already been retrofitted, but those retrofits don't count towards the goals that we have to maintain. And of course, in Arizona, we have lots of water that has to be moved from point to point. Primary among that is the Central Arizona Project, which is my earlier elected tenure and is a major water source in Arizona. It's also the largest power user in Arizona. And we have a coal-fired plant in the Navajo Nation that was built precisely to do that, and to be the power source to move water from point A to point B. And so if the cost of that plant and others goes up, the cost not only of power goes up to our customers, but the cost of water goes up. Those are pretty significant impacts, not just to day-to-day living, but to the survival economically of our state. So the state implementation plan will be filed, but concurrently, in the last couple of weeks, the state of Arizona, and the plaintiff is the Arizona Corporation Commission, has joined the multi-state lawsuit against the EPA over their jurisdiction to enforce Clean Power Plan EPA rules in the state of Arizona. We think there is legal precedent to do that, but we're also filing the state implementation plan because Arizona can't afford to be simply waiting for a court decision. Both tracks are important for us because the stakes are too high for our ratepayers and our utility providers. So all of this work will continue to move forward, and I realize we are talking about power generation in this meeting, but the commission in Arizona is also charged with other things. 80% of what we spend our time on is regulation of private water companies. That's an extremely large portfolio of work. We will continue to deal with that. And they continue to pay a great deal of attention to what the commission is doing on our energy decisions, because as I mentioned, the interconnectivity of energy and water can't be missed in the state of Arizona. We regulate securities, we have pipeline safety law, other things that we're doing, and so we'll have a very busy agenda. On top of that, we're now managing people that actually recognize what the Arizona Corporation Commission is, and when you go to the grocery store, they actually know what your name is. That's not necessarily a good thing, generated by all the publicity that's out there floating about in a negative way. But that being said, that's not going to impact what the 5 commissioners in Arizona are doing in terms of our dedication and workforce towards our goal. And I'm hearing across the country, other my fellow commissioners who are facing similar kinds of scrutiny and public challenges are doing exactly the same thing. You just have to buck up and move forward, and that's exactly what we're doing because our decisions are extremely, extremely important. The only change in my life is I don't read the morning paper anymore. That's just too distressing. So I just move forward to read my energy publications, and certainly the journalistic aspects that are coming from here are very, very helpful. One thing I will leave you with is that, in fact, the environment does continue to change. And I expect that if I were giving these comments a year from now, my comments would be different because things are fast moving. As we look at new technologies, and I will remind us in Arizona, my Commissioner Bob Burns has been very aggressive in having emerging technology dockets to make sure that all of our commissioners are up to speed in the fact that things are moving and changing. My background in the telecom world sort of gives me a hint that things can change overnight. But as we talked before, the comment started earlier, that's great, but you can survive without your HBO. You probably could survive without even your Fox News or CNN. The water and power components that are changing daily, you can't survive without, and those are extremely important. So it's important for commissioners to know what's happening with the changing dynamic, not only in deployment, but in technology as well. And so with those in mind, I look forward to our decisions, and I look forward to your questions if there's time for that.
Lovely, thank you very much. I'm not sure if isn't that we envy your job. Are you enjoying it?
Generally, yes. No, and I enjoy the work. There have been a few days in the last 60 days it's not been particularly fun. I think Commissioner Burns would echo that. The work itself, I find very, very important, and I will just get the daughter that you very nicely mentioned, who is in fact going to be looking for a job. So if anyone has one out there, let me know. She's graduating in May. Looks at me just on over from one boring job to another. I did some of it. I think this is extremely interesting and really vital to stay. I'm grateful and appreciative to have it.
We have a question right here from Ken Silverstein.
Yeah.
Just, I'm curious as a journalist looking at. When you say that you are unfairly attacked by people's society information that's distorted, isn't the local media or some media outlet in the local area a little bit more diligent with the facts and can offset, or at least put in context, the argument so that at the end of the day, the marketplace of free ideas works?
I wish I could tell you that was the case, but in fact, it is local media that is a challenge. And I will say this, I know we're being live streamed, and you've heard from my bio, I'm a great fan of journalism education and journalistic support groups. But what the commission does, not only here in Arizona, but across the country, is complicated. And there are nuances that are difficult to track. And typically, local media forces, particularly in Arizona, are declining in resources. Reporters are being laid off. Reporters are covering multitudes of disciplines. For them to be able to understand what's transpiring, both in the issues we're covering, but also kind of in very personal attacks against commissioners and their backgrounds, is limited. And so they're simply printing press releases they're getting for the most part. So unfortunately, that opportunity is not existing. And it is because what we do is, as you all know, extremely complicated. And it used to be there was a reporter that followed just those issues and began to understand them. Doesn't happen very frequently anymore, certainly at least in this market.
Other questions? Susan, what would you tell other regulators where these issues haven't yet come to the boil to the extent that they have in Arizona? What would you say at an ARIC meeting? I know you're part of ARIC.
Well, and it is something that I've said, and I think my fellow Arizona commissioners have said, that has not changed over the last 2.5 years, because right after our decision in Arizona, I was invited a lot to talk about what Arizona did and why. And my message then to other states was, if you've not tackled this discussion about net metering and a policy, do it now. Now is the time to have the conversation. Doing it sooner rather than later is helpful for a number of reasons. One, it puts it in the context oftentimes of a more logical opportunity, because you don't have a lot of the outside noise happening, and quite frankly provides a sense of reliance and an understanding for both sides of the argument. I would still echo that. I've had commissions of the state say, we're not even touching this. We don't want to deal with what you guys are dealing with in Arizona. I do think it is important for the conversation to happen, even in states where there is a very small deployment of rooftop solar. It is inevitable, and it's an important element and an important conversation to have now, not 5 or 6 or 7 years from now.
Susan, is there I'm Bill Hedeman.
Thank you, Susan. It was very interesting to hear your perspective, really brought the personal element here as a recovering regulator.
I will be one of those.
There is another one. Just wanted to ask, in addition to the heat that's being generated, is there light that you would share with us in terms of, are you finding any particular reports about the value issues or the cost allocation issues that you would direct us to kind of say, here's stuff that I found to be really helpful?
This one I'm going to have to be careful on, because we now do have the docket coming on the value of solar. And as you know, most commissions have those prejudgment rules. I'm looking forward to that conversation. And in fact, had some comments at a local solar meeting not long ago where someone said, are you interested in seeing more than just one study? The answer is yes. I'm hoping that in this docket we will see a lot of information filed from a lot of sources, because I think that will be an important element for us to understand. And there are very different points of view on what the value of solar is. I hope that all of those come into this docket for us to evaluate, so that we can have that as part of our thought process to move forward into pending rate cases.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so just following that topic, which you did say.
Right, and it's at the forefront, but truly having a variety of information there, I think, will be extremely helpful.
This is Jane Peters, and this is a lot of the response that you're getting from the public is probably because the public thinks that one thing is going to happen, and now they see something else is going to happen, right? So I'm just wondering, without, you know, the fact that you can't speak too much, do you think there's a path forward for sort of gradually shifting the rates process such that, you know, people can come along slowly, you know, rather, or does it have to be dramatic?
Well, it's a great question, and I think I can answer it in this fashion: is the amount that was set in our earlier decision was really an attempt at gradualism, as you and the conversation was, you know, what is that amount that provides the answer that there is a charge for the grid, there needs to be a charge for the grid, but it's not going to negatively impact solar deployment. And I think it's safe for me to say that this commission has in many ways talked about incremental moves, gradual moves, where this decision will end up, and it will be potentially different for each utility as we come through the rate case. I can't speculate, but certainly I think there is, I think your point is well taken, is that there is this opportunity to have those conversations. The other part of it too is having some resolution as well, so people understand what's going to be happening, whether it's incremental or gradual from the bakers. There is certainty as a consumer about, will there be a charge and how will this happen? I think certainty is something that all of the players on all sides of the issues can certainly agree on.
It appears to me that when there is a lot of focus on solar, I'm responding from Moody's Financial Service. When there's a lot of conversation on solar, it appears that the bigger issue really is climate change, and that's why there's so much interest in renewables. And the Clean Power Plan you alluded to as, you know, the big 800-pound gorilla in the room that, you know, we haven't explicitly talked about. Speaking to a few other commissioners and going to a NATO conference and so on, the sense I get is that pretty much every, no, I wouldn't say pretty much every state, but a lot of states are actually not looking to do something on their own, but rather team up with a group of neighboring states, because states import and export electricity. And so, you know, you can't just hold one state responsible for all the power plants in that state. And also because some states have greater renewable energy potential than others. Is that something you could speak to in terms of what how Arizona is looking at the whole Clean Power Plan implementation down the road?
I think there are a couple of people in the room who have heard me answer this question before, so I'm going to answer it the same way. Is if there is anyone in this room that wants to team up with Arizona that has a 52% attainment rate, let me talk to them, because there's no one that would be interested in having to take Arizona's burdens, and so the opportunity for us to partner at the moment is very slim to none. I think it works in some regions, and it's certainly, you know, that other states are working on that. In Arizona's case, we are standing out there with a huge target on our back, and I've had engendered laughter from many meetings when I've made the offer to other state regulators because they don't want to touch us. Now, will that change as we move forward? You know, as EIM becomes broader, there's lots of regionalization conversations in terms of how we manage our power resources. But for this short-term response to the state implementation plan, we're playing so well, I think.
Question over there, son?
Yeah, I just wondered, where are the numbers going to come from to determine the cost of solar? These are studies that you're generating on the commission?
The docket is at the generic informational docket, and we're looking to outside sources to provide us with data and information. There are a number of studies out there on the value of solar. We're hoping those will come to the commission for us. Many of us are familiar with those, but coming back into the formal docket process. There's an opportunity to file cost of service studies. I know there's at least one coming. Hopefully there will be some other cost of service studies that will be coming for us to look at. So we are counting on outside sources to bring those to us to review. Understanding at the end of the day, the final decision as it relates to APS will be made in that rate case.
Just one other question. Is there a grand plan what New York is doing for the structure of how this whole process is going to be managed?
Clearly there's a schedule coming forward on this generic docket, and then there's a rate case schedule, but I would not compare us to New York in any fashion.
Thank you.
I think it's a safe way to answer that question.
I am borrowing from your refreshment break later this morning, but I think it's worth doing it. We'll take another question.
Thank you. In terms of this generic document, is it the aim of the Commission to come up with a specific number at the end of the day for the value of solar and the cost of solar, or is it going to be a range? What are you attempting to do?
I don't know that I can answer that because I don't know if the Commission has made a decision. This is more of a fact-finding docket. And again, because of the actual discussion as it relates to a decision on the inside of the rate case, this is really, the word generic, I think, is operative. It's that it's an opportunity to look at potential formalizations and potential opportunities. I should perhaps make sure that for the room, I know Commissioner Burns knows this, the vote to establish this generic docket was not unanimous. You were talking to the one no vote, and doing that because I believe that it just makes sense to do it once within the rate case. Having said that, though, this docket does provide an opportunity for the full Commission to look at a lot of outside information and to begin to formulate thoughts and get concepts internally so that the conversation in the rate case hopefully will be more concise, will be predicated upon thoughts that have already happened. But I would not anticipate seeing a finite answer because, again, it has to happen again within the APS rate case. And remember, we've got rate cases going on at the same time as the docket is going. So you've got TEP going and co-op cases, which we may flow a little bit differently, which is why I think watching where the Commission heads in the Tucson Electric Power case may be of interest to folks that are looking for some guidance on where the Commission will go ultimately.
Susan, as the last question, how will these controversies and these very delicate positions with some people affect future elections for your office and the board in general?
Great question. The outcome of all these is certainly, I mean, these are just all annoyances and will go away. But because we're publicly elected, you have to know that they will revisit themselves again in election pieces. I think in Arizona particularly, we run statewide, and just like the governor and secretary of state, we don't run by districts. So in 2016, you have a presidential election, you have a United States Senate election here. It's John McCain running against whomever the Democrat nominee might be, unless McCain is ousted in the primary, but don't know that that will necessarily happen. And then you have the commission. And I think we will be a very high profile race. It was much more high profile in 2014 than anybody would have expected. When Commissioner Burns and I ran in 2012, I think we had exactly 2 articles in the paper, what even knew that will be very different. So I think it will be a very volatile race. Hopefully voters will be looking at the body of work that commissioners have done and their policies and what, opponents, and we'll evaluate on those, but it doesn't always happen. So, yeah, I love that. Yeah, she actually UTCC last summer.
Yeah, that's really, that's a great area.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are running a little bit late, but advisedly so. I thought it was worth hearing from citizens. And we now move to a panel which is going to be moderated by my friend and colleague, Ken Silverstein, who's the editor.
We had a pretty filled and exciting day yesterday. But I think that, as you can see, even starting out, we have an extremely filled and provocative day today. And some of the top thinkers here on regulation, but perhaps more specifically some of the issues that the chairperson just spoke to. So this promises to be something that we all learn maybe that won't be necessary. However, we have one substitution, and it's a great substitution because Lewis Snook from Arizona Public Service is going to talk about data, the data underlying the net metering issue. And I don't know about any of you, but this is my favorite part, is to hear about what are the real facts on the ground that drive some of these trends and also make it. So let's start there. He will be first, Ashley second, Charlie third.
I appreciate Chairman Bittersmith's comments. The regulators, this panel was titled Role of the Regulator, and that's how I tried to frame my discussion. Regulators do find themselves in a difficult spot with some of the polarizing rhetoric and a lot of information on both sides of the issue in front of them. The difficult task they have is, and we have a clicker to move through, is how do they balance these issues and weed through all the information and find the facts in front of them. My perspective is ultimately the commissioner should rely on facts and evidence and thoughtfully consider the information and balance the information. They're in a unique role to provide leadership to move the industry forward in a challenging time. And as was discussed earlier, much of the debate has taken place in Arizona. We're certainly, as Mr. King said, not necessarily ground zero, but at the forefront of the discussion. So I'll provide APS's perspective on these issues, and as Steve said, a little bit focused on more of the details. So about APS, we're a mid-sized investor-owned utility. We have about 1.1 million residential customers in the state of Arizona. 10% of our energy in 2014 was produced by renewable resources. And we presently have about 35,000 residential customers with rooftop solar on their homes. And that number is growing daily. We're also fully deployed with advanced metering in our territory. But that didn't just start recently. We have a pretty long history with advanced metering, adopted complex metering to develop complex rate structures for residential customers, which started for APS in 1981 with a residential demand rate when air conditioning began to take off in Arizona and drive our system peak. So that was our starting point. And then in 1984, we introduced time of use rates, both a demand version of that and an energy only version. And we've been successful. Today, over 42% of our customers, residential customers, have a time of use energy rate, and 117,000, which is just over 11% of our customers, have a demand rate today. So this success has given us a unique perspective and has also helped shape our opinion on the issues in front of us today. So we do believe that rate design is going to be a critical aspect in bringing solutions to the issues we face today. And there are some options there. We also think as other technologies come forward, if you're pricing right, that can do that can really facilitate focus here. One thing that's been suggested in various jurisdictions is fixed charges. We would term the monthly customer charge that's unavoidable, tends to be a one-size-fits-all approach. That's not the best solution. From our perspective, that's the wrong way to go. It's been proposed in some jurisdictions, but that's not our focus. On the other hand, demand charges, from our experience with our residential customers, we do believe that that is a fairly granular, detailed approach. It has an inherent equity built in because smaller customers have a smaller demand, and it's customer specific and it can be managed. We believe that the technology that's coming, the smart thermostats, when we initially rolled out our demand rate program, we had load control technology that we marketed with that. We've seen that customers can actually use technology to further enhance their response. One thing that will come up in the debate is, can residential customers actually respond to a demand charge? And from our perspective, the data supports that they can. And they do. Another thing that you'll hear is today may be the time to embrace time of use rates and maybe use a demand response feature. APS has experience with both time of use energy rates and demand response programs. And in Arizona, we have 100 days of 100 degrees in Phoenix. And so your typical demand response program is too limited to actually solve our issues for us. It can be a tool in the toolbox, but it's not effective at addressing broader issues for APS. Another thing that comes up in the debate is the energy conservation signal that an energy charge gives. Will a demand rate reduce that incentive for a customer to conserve energy? What we actually find is something uniquely different. And if you think about business customers who have had demand rates for decades, they're great participants in energy efficiency. you just get a different kind of energy efficiency, which in our view is actually better. It balances the focus on demand and energy, and you get customers that actually save both. So what we found on our program, and we've got some new data that we're going to be sharing in the coming months, is customers actually, not only do they save the demand, and this graph illustrates how they respond to our time of use price signal on that and reduce their demand, which is where we measure it. We only measure the demand in the on-peak period, not in the other times of the day. They also save more energy than they would otherwise. So we think there's some pretty powerful information out there that we can share with the industry and help the industry move forward. The earlier discussion with Chairman Bittersmith and Mr. King on the generic docket that's coming up, APS has done a cost of service study, and this slide represents the results for a customer on APS's system, a residential solar customer that's on an energy-based rate. One topic that will come up is, did it really consider the benefits too, or just the cost? Our perspective is it has the costs and the benefits. The benefits are represented by the box in green. What we did, we used actual load data, actual production data from those systems, and we created a unique class of customers for residential solar customers that are on an energy rate and those that are on an demand rate. This graph is for the energy rate customers. We credited energy at 100% based on all the production. And then on the capacity, I'll speak to this in just a moment, but there's not a real good alignment between when a customer's solar system produces and when our system peak occurs, or when the resident typically peaks, what we would call the non-coincident peak. So the capacity savings is rather limited. In this analysis, the residential customer with a solar system pays about $51 a month, which may sound like a lot, but the average bill before they installed solar was much higher, $154 in this example, the cost to serve. They're credited $36 for what they save, and then there's still a remaining cost to serve of about $118 for APS, which leaves a gap of about $67. So this next, we'll see how that comes out. It's coming out really slow. This next chart illustrates, I realize that was a timed graphic. So how did solar perform? This illustrates, based on our 2015 peak day, which was August 15th, solar's peak production on our residential systems was 166 megawatts at high noon. Our system load was about 6,300 megawatts at that point in time. Our system peak occurred at 5 p.m. At that point, solar was producing about 75 megawatts, a fraction of what their peak production was. And our system load was just shy of 7,400 megawatts. So it had grown by over 1,000 megawatts in that time period. The next there is when does our class peak occur? And that occurs at about 7 p.m. At 7 p.m., solar wasn't producing anything on our residential customers' rooftops, but our system load was still 6,900 megawatts, more than 600 megawatts above the system load at noon. So this illustrates the misalignment that occurs and what kind of capacity value you really get. So a cost of service study used the actual data from our study period to develop this information. And then the broad results of the cost of service study, hopefully this isn't surprising to many in the room, but our business customers tend to pay more than the cost to serve, and our residential customers pay less. On average, for APS, our residential customers pay about 87%. But the two groups on the far end of the slide here, represent the residential solar customers on an energy-based rate and on a demand-based rate. The energy-based rate, solar customers pay about 36% of the cost to serve, significantly less than the average residential contribution. And those that are on our demand rate pay about 72%. So while it's still not exactly equal, it's much closer. So we think this data is pretty powerful and should inform the discussion. So as I said at the beginning, the title of the panel was the role of the regulator. And so just in summary, we do believe that the role of the regulator ultimately is to approve just and reasonable rates that are fair for all customer groups. And also as technology comes along, that is fair for the commissioners to want data and analysis to support their decisions. We think they need to find that in the amount in front of them. And it's also fair to weigh the various policy factors in their decision-making process as to how that should influence their decision. So with that, thank you.
And our next speaker is, well, the next two speakers have been partners of crime when I was a consultant back in the 1990s. So Ashley, when Ashley and I started working together, Ashley had already been one of the leading thinkers in utility regulation. I believe he had been head of the Neighborhood Electricity Committee. And a lot of people looked to him to see where the changes were going there. And I think Ashley has a couple of strong views on the subject. So take it away.
Thank you. I'm just going to skip the slides because I want to, in the interest of time, to go through this. But I'd like to put this issue in a bit of context. I was around when net metering was first discussed as a regulator. And to be honest with you, net metering was a result not of any thought process at all. It was a result of some historical circumstances, which are clearly irrelevant these days. One is that we had much. We had dumb wholesale prices, so we didn't really have references to what the value of energy being produced, or for that matter, capacity. Net metering was simple. There was low market penetration. The numbers were just insignificant. They didn't much matter. And so for those four historical reasons, we meaning 44 states ultimately, barged into net metering and just let it happen. To the extent to which there was a thought process, and it wasn't much, it was, well, look, solar has a long-term value, which we all agree with, and so let's give it some boost to get past the commercial home. Of course, Congress thought the same thing and created some tax subsidies, and of course, we've got direct market that came along later. But the idea was put it past the commercial home. And so we have a cross subsidy in net metering. It was designed not to be the gift that keeps giving to those that want to sell solar panels or lease solar panels, which is what it's become. And in fact, in some ways, let me cast this issue in sort of two lights. One is what is the value of solar? But the second is what's really at stake here? Is it the short-term profits of the solar vendors and lessors, or the long interest of solar? This issue was really crystallized in two reports. One, of course, was the MIT Future of Solar study, which indicated that some of the subsidies and cross subsidies may actually be counterproductive. Leland made the point that we want to encourage technological innovation. Net metering does exactly the opposite. It's like, you got a primitive technology, let's subsidize it, and let's do it in perpetuity. The second, and so the long-term interest of solar, which is critically important to all of us, is not served by these kinds of short-term mindless subsidies. And nothing illustrates that better than the recent New York Times article about between exactly the opposite. Are we ever going to be able to sell batteries in a market that subsidizes off-peak production of energy and subsidize? So it's an interesting issue. But let's talk talk about what value of solar, and clearly it has value, long term it has enormous value. But look, I want to talk about DG, because solar, utility scale or large scale solar is a different issue, priced differently, priced more efficiently, and it has a lot more value because it has economies of scale, and it also it's less expensive therefore to produce. But the energy value really depends on, and it's not in this presentation, the time of production. Solar is, for the most part, in the United States, off-peak. You know, there's this sort of assumption of mid-afternoon, the heat's the greatest, the sun's the greatest, what wonderful. The facts, as Leland showed, are the opposite. And in fact, actually, it varies a bit by region. I think Leland said was 75%. There was 75 megawatts available at peak. In my part of the country, in New England, it's a lot less than that. Peak, for the most part in the country, is late afternoon or early evening. In New England, in fact, it's 3 seasons of the year. Peak is at night in the early evening. There is no solar production. So compensating solar as if it's produced at the time that the LMP price is going up because the demand is up, and compensating solar as if it's available doesn't make any sense. Capacity value and mobility. And so how much capacity value is what is available? And frankly, given that it's intermittent, which is less of a consequence in Arizona than it is, say, in New England where I live, if it's off peak, then the existence of the capacity, absent the willingness of the supply of the seller of the capacity to pay the marginal cost of producing when they can, there is no capacity value. It doesn't exist unless it's actually on peak. Solar advocates often argue that there's a hedge value. This is the only hedge I've ever seen that probably, the price of which probably exceeds the price that you fear will happen and why you're hedging. So essentially, you're paying more for insurance than it would cost you to incur the risk in many cases. So there's virtually no hedge value and virtually no capacity value. Now, you could make contractual arrangements that would add that, but the solar DG folks have never particularly wanted to say, well, if we're not producing, we're perfectly happy to provide a replacement. That's how capacity contracts work in the wholesale market. And so it's not really callable. There's questions about what the transmission effects are. There clearly could be, it's fact specific, there could be value in reducing congestion. In terms of transmission capacity, there's probably very little value, simply because the way we build it was a big lumpiness issue. We generally overbuild for current needs in anticipation of future needs, which would be difficult to serve if we don't use the right of way. So the transmission value is if it exists, is negligible. And frankly, if you're in an organized market and you have LMP, you're going to capture the congested value if you pay the LMP price. So it's not clear that, as I say, there's potentially transmission congestion reduction value. That's fact specific. We don't know, and we can't simply assume that for pricing purposes. The distribution effects, complicated. We know, for example, that it does not particularly, we know that changing the distribution system from being unidirectional to bidirectional has some issues, some management issues, technical issues that have to be resolved. The transaction costs, there are potential distribution savings, but there are also significant distribution costs. How they exactly, you can't simply make assumptions that this adds, and in fact, in my own judgment, I think it probably increases distribution costs. But it's fact specific as to what you do. And the transaction costs are clearly somewhat higher. Let's talk about the environmental issue, because that is what drives a lot of the interest in this. And this also is very interesting, because it's not clear. First off, one of the things that's really interesting is to take a look at the treatment of solar DG in the EPA's proposed Clean Power Plan. In the initial proposal, solar DG was one of the building blocks. In the final proposal, it's not there. Why? Because of a lot of uncertainty about empirically showing exactly what it does. It's not clear because one needs to look at not only whether it's true that solar, when it's generating energy, does not produce any carbon. That's absolutely correct. But it's not clear that its effect is that clear, is that clean in terms of how the rest of the system is being dispatched. What are we actually displacing? In New England, for example, again, where I live, what you're displacing when solar produces is not coal. There is no coal. There's 3 plants and they're about to be retired. What you're displacing are relatively new, more efficient combined cycle plants. So there's some value, but it's minimized. Secondly, the question of the environmental value is compared to what? There's what is the value, for example, in a non-carbon region like New England, of building solar panels to reduce carbon, as opposed to what would it be if you bought RECs New England wide or RECs in the carbon intensive areas like the Ohio Valley? That in fact what you get is much more carbon reduction per dollar spent. And the question is, why would we go after why would we not go the lowest carbon intensive regions as opposed to spending money on a much less efficient, much more costly way of trying to reduce carbon? And it's not clear that you necessarily want to, because what's the effect on dispatch? Are we ramping coal plants that were meant for baseload and therefore using them more efficiently and causing more pollution? How are we directing investments to be made? There's a lot of secondary effects that need to be looked at, so it's not at all clear from the environmental standpoint, and I think the EPA's evolution on this issue says that. You can't simply assume this is a cost-effective way of reducing carbon. Is it carbon benign when it produces energy? Yes, but that doesn't answer the question. You need to go a lot further to answer the question, and I think unfortunately a lot of the information out there is simplistic. Based on, I heard a presentation from a solar advocate not too long ago who basically said, look what happens when I turn on my toaster with my solar panel. Not any carbon. Great. And of course, what he doesn't ask is what time of the day did he turn on his toaster? Because if he turned it on at 6 o'clock, there's going to be carbon. If he turned it on, when his solar unit is meeting all of his needs, there's not. So, I mean, the question is what exactly, there's simplistic assumptions that I think don't survive the kind of scrutiny that they might be given them. And of course, there's the whole effect on the dispatch order. As I said, what happens, and there's the California duck curve that all of you are familiar with. Now, how does net metering fit into the way we've historically priced energy in the United States? And there are really 3 ways that we've done it. One is, of course, the traditional cost base. Then obviously at some point we started switching, at least to the wholesale market, the generation market. We moved from cost-based to market-based. And then it complements PERPA in 1978. For a non-utility generation, we moved to a weighted cost theory. What is net metering? It's none of those. It's not derived from a market. It is absolutely not based on anybody's view of costs or any analysis of costs. And it's not, and it would only be avoided energy if you do it sort of like Texas does, which is net energy metering. Net energy simply means, well, I'm not buying this energy, I'm avoiding the cost of buying this energy, and I'm substituting solar, and so that's what its value is. So if you use the Texas model, it does fit in net metering, net retail metering, doesn't. And the other question is, what's the effect on investment? Why would we pay? Look, solar energy is a wholesale energy product. That's what it is. It provides energy. Granted, it does not use the transmission system. It may have salutary effects on congestion. It may not. That's fact specific. But what it is not is a full retail service. No solar vendor, lessor, or host invest any money to provide all the other services associated with delivering energy. So why would we pay them to do that? And what's the logic not only of them paying, but of them not paying for the system costs when they're generating energy, at least for that portion that they're generating? Because every solar host uses the grid 24/7. They use it either to import, they use it to export, or they use it as their battery. And now, if you're in a system, and I was just in Brazil, it's predominantly hydro with a lot of reservoirs, solar is automatically linked to the battery, and there's greater value, but it is not here. So why would we pay them? Why give solar customers from paying the system costs when they're producing energy, when in fact they cause the system. And suppose the utility decided, well, okay, you don't have to pay the system cost, but you're now fully interruptible because I'm not going to plan to meet your peak. Who's going to sue? You're going to find solar customers or solar vendors looting that? No. So the fact is the system costs are the system costs, and they have to be borne in an equitable way of everybody. And that only includes the delivery costs, but also the demand costs. Utility load serving entities have to contract to meet all customers' peak demands, and nothing about solar changes that except to make perhaps the peak demand unpredictable, because for the most people, there's a little element of unpredictability, but the point is, it doesn't relieve anybody of incurring the demand costs. So the question then is, why then are we paying a full retail price? The other thing I think we need to think about is, and I'm going to talk about this in the context of carbon, and I happen to be unlike Bob Murray yesterday, I have a very different view of climate change. I think it's a very serious issue that we need to address. But there's a real serious policy problem that you address it on a technology by technology basis. Let's promote this technology because I like that. It's relatively benign from a carbon point of view. We take that approach, you're going to end up with a lot of investment in things that may not work very well over the long term. It may not be least cost carbon reduction. As I said, that was recognized by the EPA in the final Clean Power Plan rules. But also what happens is once you have those kinds of investments, and now you're a state trying to develop a state implementation plan, you've got all these sunk costs in distributed solar, for example, are you going to be stuck with higher costs and compliance than you would otherwise be? So technology by technology and with technology preferences don't really apply particularly well, because what you really want is reduce carbon. And to do that in a generalized way, if Congress doesn't pass a carbon tax or doesn't allow carbon trading, then you're going to have a more convoluted way of getting at it, which is what the Clean Power Plan is. But nonetheless, you want to do this you want to comply on a least cost basis. You don't want to start off with the most expensive basis. And the authority, I'm sorry for that. Try to turn that off. The authority for no less an authority actually on the relative cost of solar DG for reducing carbon is Amory Lovins, who self-wrote. It is of all the renewable sources, and of course he throws in energy efficiency. It is the least cost effective of all renewable energy sources and demand-side management. It's the least cost effective way of reducing carbon. So to argue that it's benign, it doesn't reduce carbon, really doesn't make a lot of sense in terms of where we're going. The real question here, the other question, of course, gets raised, I should say, is the question of competition. Is this actually the competitiveness of the market? And the answer is it doesn't. You could not possibly sustain an out-of-market, non-cost-based price that's embodied by retail net metering without, you couldn't possibly sustain that without having anti-competitive. What's really at stake here is some of the solar vendors and lessors are trying to use whatever monopoly power exists to create an out-of-market price that does two things. One is it reduces the competitiveness because the value of highly competitive energy markets is not passed on to consumers. Some of it's basically diverted to the pockets of people selling solar. And so that has an adverse effect. The other, which is really interesting, was cited in an LDL study, which is why are the costs of installation of solar in the U.S. among the highest in the world? Why? And what's interesting is where they seem to be going is because what's happening is as we see a dramatic decline in the cost of solar panels, and that's a very positive, good development. That in fact, many solar people argue now make solar fully competitive, in effect not needing the subsidies, the cross subsidies anyway. But what's happening is those costs are being matched by increased installation costs, so that the savings from solar panel cost reductions are being pocketed by intermediaries, not being passed on to solar customers. So actually what net metering does for those two reasons of not passing on LMP prices to the market, which may be cost reductions, it may be correct price signals to encourage conservation. What it really does is it in fact uses anti-competitive measures to prevent those benefits and to prevent the benefits of declining solar panel costs from being fully passed on to customers. So what's clear now is that the market is the net metering is based on historic circumstances that no longer exist, is based on a short-term desire to get solar past the commercial hump. It's long past that hump. We see that with declining solar costs, and it's now working actually, as the MIT study I think points out fairly well, it may actually be doing more harm to solar. And in fact, the best evidence of that is this fight between Tesla and Solar City over, don't we really want to provide incentives for storage? Do we really want to provide incentives for solar to be more available and not less intermittent? And if that's what we want to do, we need to move on to a much more sophisticated. We need to cap the value or profitability of solar vendors. Thank you.
I think I was able to see where you stand on that.
I was stuck.
Yeah, up and so. In the early 90s also, I was at a great firm called Putnam Mason Bartlett. There were all these people who were the leading economists at the time. And then I heard that Charlie Cicchetti was coming to the firm, as well as Erwin Stelzer. And Charlie had been the chair of the Wisconsin Commission, but also another of the great leading regulators at the time. And he's had a tremendous career since then, advising his clients. So, and you may not agree completely. If you find any areas of disagreement with Ashley, please point those out.
Be happy to do that. Good morning. I'm a conservative solar skeptic. I'm not solar skeptic, climate change skeptic. I'm very pro-solar, and I'm particularly against what I'll call the abuse of market power, particularly by regulated utilities. And with respect, I'm going to disagree with both what you heard from the two previous speakers. One with respect to demand charges and how they're being used to try to stop the penetration of solar rooftops. And second, with Ashley's views on net metering. I think that there are certain fundamental principles that have to be kept in mind in terms of thinking about these issues. And one of the best ways to explain that is to ask the following question. Is solar rooftop more like energy efficiency, something people do in their homes and on their premises? Or is solar rooftop more like wholesale power? You get a very different answer if you come down on that spectrum at one extreme or the other. And I'm going to explain the importance of that. The second principle that I think is important, and this feeds into my view that solar is more like energy efficiency, is that there's no duty to buy electricity if you're a retail residential customer. There's no duty and no expectation that a residential customer should pay for electricity they decide not to take. And those two things are really important to keep in mind, again, to understand where I'm coming from in my defense of what's called net metering. The second thing that's important is we have to think about whose money is involved and whether or not, as almost every speaker that you've heard come down either tilting against or absolutely against net metering, is we have to ask whose money is involved in solar rooftop? Who's making that investment? You heard about Hawaii putting $2 billion on the rooftop and having a utility with $2.5 billion. That's not $4.5 billion of utility money. That's not even $4.5 billion of regulatory commission purview money. That's $2.5 billion of money. And a lot of the arguments that we're hearing for returning to embedded cost accounting, which I thought we got rid of 4 decades ago, that justify demand charges or justify some of the conclusions about how much subsidies are going to solar rooftops. Almost all of those kind of arguments, as well as the net metering arguments, have a big component of preserving the revenue requirements of the utilities, which is a way that industries that are once thriving become destroyed through new technology, new marketing, new ideas. That's usually the place where their defense is formed, and then they get overrun by all the forces that we've been talking about the last couple of days. And when we talk about whose money it is, this is really an important issue. If we all think that solar energy or renewable energy is a good thing because it reduces air pollution, it reduces CO2 to the extent that that's a concern of people, to the extent that we think about those things, we have to ask ourselves, even if utilities can do it cheaper, even if utilities could buy it in some other region better, that's utility decision-making that's in play. When a customer puts solar rooftop on, they're paying for the cost of that solar, or they're paying a lease to somebody who's paying the cost of that solar. And even if it were to cost more money, or even if it would be less efficient at reducing CO2, it's very important to understand that where I come from at least, half of something, and that's using the reference that Browell says utilities can build solar at half the cost. Half of something is always more than nothing. What customers are doing on their rooftops, on their premises, it's their money, and they're making a contribution that's positive to the environment, positive to reducing carbon dioxide, positive towards encouraging renewables. And it's important to understand and keep that distinction in mind. And with that, how do I come back to net metering? Because I think that's certainly the way I actually set us up. It's really the key issue in play. And in fairness, if I went first, I probably would have done the same thing from the opposite perspective. I think that if we think about what people do with their solar rooftop, it's that they're generally investing in equipment so they reduce less purchases from the utility. And there are limits that to get net metering, and almost every state has, that you can't have more installed rooftop than you're going to use yourself. So there's some recognition that it's going to be used yourself. There may be times when excess electricity is generated compared to how much the customer is using at a particular time. And the real question is, what do we do about that extra electricity? The difference between the amount that's generated on a customer's presence, and that the customer is using on that presence. What do we do with that? Well, if we look about electricity as a commodity, which I think until this recent debate, we had long ago accepted that electricity was a commodity. If we think about electricity as a commodity, the question is what do you do with it if you have more of that commodity than less? Well, ideally, you could store it. Alternatively, you could park it someplace. You could bank it someplace. The concept behind net metering that I think is most important to understand its viability, even though I tend to agree with how we got here that I actually described. But thinking about it in a mature in a way today, with a lot more experience with it, we think about that as electricity that's generated by and owned by, with no obligation to sell it to the utility. It's electricity that's being parked by the utility. And just like financial banks use people's money when you deposit it, the utility is using that money. And when the customer takes it back, they're not buying it or getting it paid a retail price. They're taking back the electricity and using it, again, to offset what they'd otherwise be paying to the utility. When you think about it from those perspectives, it's the customer's electricity that's generated in excess of their own needs, and they bank it on the system, and then they ask for it to be returned. You're not talking about a feed-in tariff. You're not talking about an export or a sale to the utility. You're not talking about what the utility's avoided cost is. You're talking about customers who are creating external benefits for society and customers who are generating electricity for their own needs, to take care of their own purposes, and occasionally will be producing, turns out not very much, but occasionally be producing more electricity than they're using, and then they get a credit for it. Now, like with a bank, you should pay an administrative charge. If there are ancillary services and ancillary fees and expenses that are involved, you should pay those. I'm not against, on a conceptual basis, charging for those. I am against using embedded cost studies to say it's not coincident peak, we're going to allocate all these costs back and come up with lots of dollars for each of these customers. I'm against doing those kind of things. But if we have marginal costs involved in the system, then some payment should be made for those services, unless, and I think it's pretty important to understand this, unless it turns out that the external benefits that are being created and the benefits that are even coming along now with under the Clean Power Plan, which if it survives, is going to allow utilities and states to count solar rooftop as a credit against their requirements, something that no utility dollars, no ratepayer dollars are being spent for. If those savings are viewed as big enough, then maybe these ancillary services properly measured that are on the distribution system related to reliability or bars or what frequency control, whatever those things are, those are probably going to pale by comparison. So that might bring it right back to the way it should be. It certainly, in my mind, justifies net metering when we don't think of this as a sale to the utility and use avoided costs and LMP or whatever it is, because these are not sales. These are customers generating electricity on their own premise, much like energy efficiency says we're reducing our demand. If utilities succeed in making this about revenue requirements and saying, oh, the true cost is they used to pay for the system and now they're not. If it's about revenue requirements and we do things like create demand charges, customer monthly fees, and only apply them to the utilities and look at the customer's demand without taking into account how much of that demand they're meeting themselves. We do all those things in order to get revenue requirements. I think we do two final things that are important to understand. One, if we're making revenue requirements more certain, lower the rate of return on equity, because after all, we cut some of the risk that's out there, which is also part of the debt spiral that comes to industries that are ultimately on the destruction list. And second, if we start to think about adopting some of these ideas, we have to be concerned with whether or not they're just a little bit getting too close towards punishing the competition and preserving the monopoly status, because utilities have now decided that they could make earning possible by having rate-based solar, rate-based wind, those kind of things as replacements. And regulators, I think, have to be careful of wondering whether or not the ideas that are coming forward recreate a love affair with embedded cost allocation, or listen to the arguments that other customers are paying for the rich person's gain out there. We should be very careful of that. And the final thing is the point that Ashley was making about Elon Musk's two companies, Solar City and Tesla, being at war with each other, which I think is an exaggeration to begin with. But I think it's important to understand that if utilities succeed in making monthly demand customer charges, introduce demand charges on the installed solar capacity that's on somebody's roof, as opposed to how much demand they're putting on the system. If we also take away the idea that the property rights to this electricity belongs to the owner of the premise, not to the grid. If we make those kind of changes, then I believe what we're going to be creating is a situation or a set of situations that are going to cause people to abandon the utility. They'll build their own solar rooftop. They'll buy their own batteries, probably from Tesla or somebody like that. And most likely they're going to have standby generation, so they can't be accused of ever having to go back on the grid when they might have more needs than they're able to satisfy. So natural gas fired generators will come along as well. These will be the equivalent, in my mind, of the cell companies coming along and replacing landlines. It's almost the prescription that I would write if I wanted to destroy the electric industry, which I'm not intending to do. They're the competitive knee-jerk reactions of industry that's being threatened, I think making foolish arguments in favor of supporting their own position in the marketplace. It's all about self-preservation. Competition is driving people towards solar rooftop. Utility behavior in the past and even some of their actions today are causing some of that penetration of solar as well. But most importantly, we come to a very different conclusion if we think about solar as being something that when people put it on their premise, it's because they want to meet their own needs primarily. And this bit we're talking about extra, this net metering that we're talking about extra, that's like parking natural gas in a pipeline and taking it out later. It's like all sorts of other commodities where we exercise those kinds of things. And if we think about that as the property right now of what's going on, the only issue is issue of timing with the electricity in and out. And most utilities have restrictions that you can only take out peak electricity. If you put in peak electricity and off peak, you put in off peak. And finally, this foolish notion a 15-minute coincident peak is not the same. It's just fundamentally out of touch with utility tariffs. It's not inconsistent. It's certainly the way somebody running the utility load has a system has to talk about. But if we buy that argument, we're essentially saying utilities have to take care of all their own peak with their own peak requirements being supplied by their own equipment, as opposed to recognizing that every single hour that the solar's on is a peak hour, a more expensive hour to serve. It may not be the coincident 15-minute peak, I'll grant that. But the fact is, this is peak electricity, this is high-valued electricity, and there's no obligation for the utility customers to buy that electricity from them, and they're seeking to self-generate, and they're going to pay for the difference. And if we take steps to penalize them when they continue to be customers of the utility, we'll make them non-customers of the utility, and we'll accelerate the destruction of the electric industry as we know it. Thank you.
Okay, checking the text and differences of opinion. And as you answer, a good question has been raised, and I'm sure there'll be lots of questions, is rooftop solar a consumer good, or is it an energy resource? That's one thing I heard. Ashley, do you want to?
Well, actually, to answer your question, I don't want to respond to further points of Charlie's. The answer is it's a little bit of both, actually. Certainly, consumers have every right to invest in it or lease it or whatever they want to do, although I think leasing is a suspect for a lot of consumer fraud issues. But in any event, but so it is a consumer, but it's also every guy, Charlie, put that in, has every right to do that. There's no issue about that. Where we do have some disagreements, let me start with the interesting notion of banking. In fact, you can also use an analogy of natural gas. You know, you buy gas when prices are low, and then you put it in storage, you take it out. But you pay for the storage. And what you don't get, and what you don't do is electricity prices are volatile. It's clear from every study I've ever seen that distributed solar is, for the most part, off-peak. So the idea that somehow we're going to bank it with the utility off-peak, and then the utility is going to go out and buy when energy prices are higher and refill give me back what I banked at a low price, the utility is going to incur the differential cost. It just doesn't make any economic sense. And it's not the utility. Let me be really clear. This is, for the most part, not a utility revenue requirement issue. But what the utilities will generally do, as they've always done, is they'll allocate the costs among the other customers. Which brings me to what I think is one of the critically important points. In fact, just yesterday, the low-income consumers in Massachusetts filed a complaint before the DPU asking that basically the low-income subsidy be replenished to make up for the cross subsidies poor people are provided that have solar. It is, let's be absolutely clear, it's unequivocally, every study that's looked at this comes to the same conclusion. This is a wealth transfer from less affluent to more affluent people. It's clearly that, whether it literally goes from the lowest income to the highest income, you can argue about it. The point is, there is no question this is an upward transfer of wealth, consciously and deliberately designed to do that, because that's who can afford it. That's who can afford to either lease or buy it. And the credit requirements in the leases make some of the home mortgage finance credit, make them look nothing. I mean, in some ways, in fact, in Arizona, right here in Arizona, I know, because I talked to some legislators, there have been a lot of problems with people not able to sell their homes because the solar vendor wouldn't approve the sale of the home. So, I mean, this is really, it is in fact, you know, I can regard myself as very progressive, and I'm just offended by the fact that we're going to move money from lower income people to higher income people, and then call it, you know, through this net metering process. The other, so it's not really a question of utility revenue requirement. Now, one thing I completely agree with Charlie. Nobody has a duty to buy energy. That's absolutely correct. I mean, somewhere that's part of the asymmetry. The utility has the obligation to sell it, but the customer has no obligation to buy it. But it is what it is. I think Charlie described that correctly. That has nothing to do with having the system there to provide you with energy when you want it. Two separate costs. So if we had net energy metering, so I don't have to buy energy when I don't want to buy energy, that makes sense. I can understand that. What I don't understand is if I want to tell the utility, I want my solar panel's not producing, there's no sun, or it's now it's evening, I can't produce it. You have to provide me with energy. How's that system going to get there? Now, if I go completely off the system, and Charlie suggested some customers might, fine, they fly on the system. That's your storage system. And just as when you put natural gas in storage and take it out when you need it, you've got to pay for the storage. That's something that you could build your own battery if you want to make that investment. That's fine. You could build a backup diesel generator or propane generator or whatever. That you have every right to do that. You know, subject to whatever environmental and noise restrictions there are. You have every right to do it. That's not. But the problem is that's not where these customers are going. And quite frankly, even in some of these systems, although you're right, there are a lot of rules in place to design that they're sized to basically accommodate the consumer's own self-consumption. But obviously there's a huge economic value in selling it to the system. So if you leave the system, you lose the economic value of being able to sell your energy to somebody else.
Yeah, I think just a couple of points that you that actually raised. In terms of the poor, we heard yesterday about how expensive Clean Power Plan compliance is going to be, how it's going to raise rates, and how I agree with all those things. I completely understand. Part of equations for internalizing external factors. But if we think about what the utility will have to pay for compliance and have to pass on to customers and say, but there's another runway over there that we could take, and that other runway is solar rooftop with customer finance and leasing equipment that's going to reduce our requirements to have utilities spend money. I'm not so sure that the net effect on the poor is going to be served by essentially putting the brakes on and blocking that industry that we think of as rooftop solar from playing even a bigger role in the future as it paid in the past. The second thing is that I think that when we talk about cost and paying for the costs of the system and all these things, I think this is where the distinction that we spent so much time on in the 70s and thinking through, and then PURPA came along, and then we thought it through some more, but I think finally got straight, is the difference between costs based upon embedded costs and costs based on marginal cost, or the delta in cost. I'm willing to buy into the notion that if my electricity at noon that I'm generating at the peak of my solar production with the azimuth of the sun is knocking out $40 electricity, $40 a megawatt hour, and later in the evening the utility is paying $45, that if I bank some of that electricity during the $40 period, maybe I'm buying back 45, I might be responsible for that 5. What I'm against is when it gets translated into the cost studies that utilities are perpetrating on state regulatory commissions, is they want the $45. They don't want the differential. They want to say that you're not paying your fair share unless you pay the 45. And that's not enough, even if you're unlikely to be using that full 45. Because to some probability, you may not be using more electricity at that highest part in the afternoon, particularly if you've done some things on your own site to either store things or generate or change your equipment to work in certain ways. But what I'm against is charging that $45 with certainty when your differential is less than 5 if you have done some things on your premise. And there's an exaggeration out here. And I lose my patience when I go to hearings. I thought I would put that part of my life behind me. I lose my patience when I see people coming forward and saying, it's the cost basis. And how did you come up with that conclusion, I asked? It's because we did a fully allocated embedded cost study, which anybody who's ever done them knows that you can make the answer turn out to be any way you want it to be by the allocation method you put into it. But that's not cost in my mind. That's just assigned revenue requirement dressed up and called cost to make it look like we have a cost of service regulatory system in this country when, in fact, we have something that's even under any of the best intentions, it hardly qualifies for that category, for that characterization.
I realize this is a very dry subject. Can we, are there any questions? Hello? 30 or so?
We're going to charge the marginal cost of each question.
Net thing?
Are there ways that we can use and rely on competition to set compensation mechanisms for solar as opposed to an administratively set price?
Yes, there are. I mean, one obvious one of your organized market is that you pay the O&M. And that is the market. That's clearly the benchmark price. It has the benefit of also capturing transmission congestion value. And so that's the logical one. It's the market derived. That's to me, that's the reference point. I also think, and this is where it gets really complicated. I'm very concerned, frankly, because I do believe in the value of solar. I am really concerned with the fact that we've got the market's really working and driving down the price of solar panels. That's been dramatic. That's very positive. What concerns me is that those costs aren't being passed on to solar customers. So what we need to do is move the barriers for the market to work in favor of solar and more market penetration by solar. And the barrier is net metering. And that's a major problem. We've created an artificially high price. In fact, let me put it more in sort of crass terms. The basic business model of a lot of the large vendors of solar and lessors of the same people is there's a serious tariff law called net metering, and they want to enshrine it as if it's some biblical prophecy and perpetuate it into the gift that never stops giving. It is a barrier to competition. If we were looking for market-based prices, the last thing in the world we'd want to do is net metering.
Charlie, are there good market solutions?
I think the only sensible answer is first you have to decide what the product is and what the ownership is. If you think of the electricity that's generated on a customer's presence as being the customer's electricity, then the market pricing should be on any extra electricity that the customer uses that the utility provides and how to value and treat any excess electricity the customer generates that they put back on the utility grid, either parking it, selling it, or banking it, however you think about it. But you have to decide those relationships first. If you do decide those relationships first, then I think you can come up with more sensible answers to these questions about what's to be present. And I also think that utilities have it mostly back-asswards in the sense that they think that their tariff should stay in place and the solar industry should work around it. If the utilities are making the argument that somehow rooftop solar is affecting frequency or VARs or something that affects the reliability of the system or the timing of the within peak period differential between the highest end of the day peak and the middle of the day peak, if they think that thereafter they should come up with tariffs of marginal costs and engineering costs that take into account what's actually happening to the utility and make that part of their pricing. In other words, design new tariffs for the relationship between solar rooftop and utility and justify it from the standpoint of engineering and economics, not cost accounting and fully allocated cost concepts. And I think that way would at least start to get a sensible answer that's out there. But to me, there's no market relationship here in the sense that the regulated utility is either going to be charging for the ancillary services it provides, or it's going to be charging for the relationship between the electricity that the customer puts in at one time period and takes out at another time period, if they're not precisely $45 versus $45 or $40 versus $40, but there's some delta or differential out there.
Of course, that's exactly what I'm arguing, is that it ought to be sensitive. The price paid for solar ought to be sensitive to what the cost is in the market at whatever given time the solar is produced. So if you did the LMP, that actually captures that benefit. The one point I want to make about this, if you don't, you're going to have this real anomaly that the New York Times noted some time ago, which is we've got predominantly southern-facing solar, rooftop solar, which means it maximizes the production of kilowatt hours, but keeps it away from the peak for the most part. And so what happens is, whereas if you priced it based on what's actually going on in the market, that is, reflects real supply and demand situation, we would end up with more Western exposure, which has much more value to the system. And it produces fewer kilowatt hours, producing more value. And in my view, if you do that, then you ought to be paid more because it reflects what the market's doing.
Thank you. Two quick comments and then one question. There was a comment by Charles about who's making the investment. Well, I would argue that taxpayers are making a very substantial investment. If you look at the federal tax credits and all of the incentives provided by local jurisdictions and state jurisdictions for solar deployment, I would say there's a huge amount of tax dollars going into solar, and that if we're going to use taxpayer dollars, that those incentives provided ought to align with the needs of the system to create a greater efficiency. And I would argue that energy metering, as it stands, doesn't really do that. I work at a utility that has a 5,400 megawatt system peak, and that's on a cold January morning at 6:30 a.m., when I would argue that very little DG is being provided into the system. The question I had, though, was to Leland. I think 19% seems like an extremely generous capacity factor for solar in your planning and valuing of solar. How can you explain perhaps how you arrived at that capacity factor? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Yes, what we did, we use average and excess for production capacity, which is kind of in the weeds unless you're a rate geek. But that uses a combination of the class peak and also the system peak. And so what we see on our system peak in our period that we studied, we had peaks occur sometimes at 5 p.m., sometimes at 6 p.m. And the combination of that information said the rooftop systems were producing about 28 to 29% serving the load of the customer at that point in time of the system peak. On the class peak occurred at 7 p.m., which is still relatively high for us, and at that point, seeing on average 9% of what it was. And so we used a blend of the class peak and the non-coincident, the class peak and the coincident peak to derive that information. And interestingly, just in response to Mr. Cicchetti, in our cost of service, the irony I find is, utility service isn't just the kilowatt hour commodity. That's how it's been priced, but as Ashley said, it's because we had dumb metering. It's not because it was the right way to price it. we put in advanced metering for commercial customers and priced it appropriately, KW demand is a very relevant measure of the service being provided. And so what we find, in moving the ball forward, we need to get to the advanced energy economy, embrace technology, and use the grid as a platform to connect multiple technologies and move the system forward. But what we hear from some of our opponents in the discussion and the debate is, well, you need to keep your great-grandfather's kilowatt-hour energy rate. That's the only component you can't change in this equation, or it won't work for us. Well, we think you need to modify the rates and bring them into the 21st century too.
You could probably continue for hours, probably to the solar peak or to the system peak, I'm not sure which. So, but we should take just one more question.
Okay, thanks. The 19% capacity factor, I do think that's pushing it. Ivanpah, the biggest commercial solar facility in the world, I think, possibly. The power towers with the mirrors in Southern California, they produced 12% their first year. Their prediction has been 31.4%, which is kind of ridiculously specific, but it's 19% is kind of a push. I just wanted to say that Charles was talking about how putting solar panels on the roof, that's something that the customers pay for, and that's basically their decision. But indeed, customers are not paying for that. I had a friend of mine who put in solar panels in his California business, and he was saying, "Yeah, this is really great. I put X, tens of thousands of dollars into the system, and in 2 years it's paid off because of all the subsidies." It is a huge wealth transfer. There's no question about it. And what this guy told me is, he said, if I had to pay for this myself, the payback period would be about 60 years. Now, the price of photovoltaics is coming down, but nevertheless, it's still a decades-long process. You literally have to pay for it yourself. So customers are not paying for this on their own. Ratepayers are paying for it, and taxpayers are paying for it. And electricity is not a commodity that you can just store like gas, because we don't have utility scale storage at this point, and so you can't talk about it like, you can't be so glib about when the peaks are, because you can't store it. And the utility, people talk about it, and you too were implying that, the destruction of the whole business model of utility companies is like a good thing. It's hardly a good thing if you're hooked up to the grid. You have to have the utility companies there to back up your system. Now, you talk about how, well, people are going to be driven off the grid. They're just going to buy their own batteries. Hey, fine. I lived off the grid myself for a long time, and I can tell you that the inverters, the batteries, the backup systems, it is a total pain in the neck. And you're not going to find anywhere close to the majority of people that are going to be willing to do that. You have to practically be an electrician in order to go completely off the grid. You got to pay attention to, every bit of electricity that you're using. It is not a feasible thing. The utility companies are going to have to be here.
Charlie, do you have the last word?
The last two comments were dealt with tax credits and other subsidies that rooftop solar has collected. We can look at any industry. You have nuclear, we can go to oil and gas. We can look at all sorts of things that this country has decided that we want to encourage, that we give tax advantages and tax credits. But I don't think there's a connection between the federal government tax credits or even state and local subsidies or tax advantages to people who install solar rooftop, and that then translates into the ability of utilities and state regulators to view solar rooftop as part of the system that they're regulating or that they are operating. I don't see that connection, and I think it's important to understand what I'm talking about, and I think what needs to be understood as we continue this debate is to view net metering and to view some of these tariff changes that are being put forward, to view them in the context of what's the problem they're trying to fix. And almost always the problem that they're trying to fix, really in my mind, comes down to preservation of revenue requirements, making up for the lost revenue, and providing an anti-competitive advantage to utility-owned or directed renewable energy as opposed to customer-owned renewable energy. And as far as storage goes, I'm all for coming up with ways that encourage the use of more storage. The technology's there, the costs are coming down as well. And whether they're done by the customer or by the utility makes little difference in my mind, except now if it's done by the customer, we have to decide, are they going to be dispatching their stored energy back to the utility, in which case we have some of these same issues, or are they going to be dispatching it themselves by having smart meters and smart controls in their homes that they don't have to be an electrician to understand, they just have to understand that it works, much like all the things our phones do now. We don't know how it works, at least most of us don't. We just know that when it works, we like it and we'll pay for it if somebody finds a way of making it better and more convenient than somebody else. To me, that's the future of this industry. It's a distributed industry. It's not a centralized industry. And much of what we're talking about, and I'm not cheering the destruction of utilities, but I also am not here to say that I'm defending that we have to keep utilities because we've always had them and they've done well in the past. It's not the way a competitive market should operate, and I think it's not the way this economy will operate.
Well, let's thank God. I think we settled that issue.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
No, but I think, well, you're gonna do top that. You're gonna do top that. Yeah, yeah.
You know, I do love it because he's been giving great remarks on, you know, very bullish on solar. You know, the level of growth with solar, as far as the property side of it, as far as the services side, is huge. It's a big money maker. So that's the non-competitive side. Non-competitive side is really the growth side. And he's just very bullish on solar. And I think well, you have to think about the states he serves, but to think about that he's going in that direction. Okay.
There's people out there. Round them up. You see anybody out there with a badge, down there? Oh, good. You're a good authority. Here.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you take your seats, please, for the next session? That is a lively session. Ladies and gentlemen, could you be seated, please?
A lot of people know Brian Wolf, our next speaker. We're going to have a back and forth. I'm going to interview him, so to speak, on the issues of the day. And a lot of people know that Brian is one of the three in the leadership team of the Edison Electric Institute. And so there's a lot of things that you can say about Brian and his terrific career. You can look that up in various places at ei.org. But just a couple things that I might add that maybe not everyone realizes is that this guy here has been the point man that's helped the industry get involved with Washington and the administration and all the crazy things that happen inside the Beltway in negotiating and finding paths forward on so many of these things, on taxes, and particularly on this clean power plan. Now, everyone I think here knows that there was an early draft of the clean power plan. And some people felt it wasn't perfect. It was lengthy, but not perfect. Now it's lengthier, maybe a little closer to perfection. Opinions vary. Certainly better for Arizona. This guy here was maybe the point person in getting the industry and the administration together with a plan going forward. And brought a fresh face and fresh ideas to the industry. So we're gonna talk about the future, and particularly from the political and the communication side, which is what Brian runs. Brian, thanks for being with us today.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. King. I just want to say after I heard a little bit of a wrap up because I got here late last night and I heard a little bit of some of the panels yesterday and the great conversations that were had and panelists. And I hear this morning. I come from a little bit, and Mr. King here knows that, I come from a little bit different perspective. I like everything possible. If you think about it, a lot of the conversation and debate that you're hearing with regards to whether it's the Clean Power Plan, how states view it, if you look at net energy metering, or distributed energy resources going forward, we need to look at those things as opportunities. And I think that typically, especially in Washington, I'll ask you all to think about this. If you think about how our economy's changed, how the way we relate to each other, how we're connected more than ever, but yet we're at the same time disconnected more than ever. And I think that division really comes from, if you think about it, the very aspect of social media, we only surround ourselves with the people that agree with us. That's exactly the opposite of what I want to do in Washington, is I want to be there to be able to figure out issues and problems. I can tell you that with regards to the Clean Power Plan, I believe it's, our chairman, Nick Akins, says the same thing. The Clean Power Plan will actually be a driver for innovation. That is not something that we should shy away from or run away from. Now that it's gone to the states, as you all know, it becomes a very political issue. You have people that lead states that might be from an opposing political party. That's for them to be able to figure out. My job in Washington was, from, as Steve said, when the proposed rule came out, my job, and I first met Ashley Brown. I was taking some courses at the Harvard, and I was taking master negotiations course. The sole purpose of negotiating on climate change. At that time, it was legislation in the Congress. But what I wanted to do was be able to affect change from the proposed rule and the transition that we see. The fundamental aspect of what we're really being able to talk about, and what we don't talk about enough, is it's really about our customers. How are we? I just commissioned a poll here recently, and regardless of the noise and the opinion elites that might be out there and people that actually influence the debate, might even have the power of the podium, actual everyday Americans really want most of all, they don't want to have to think about it. They want it to be there when they want it, right? As far as electricity is concerned, and they want it to be affordable. Everything else comes after that. I want it to be cleaner. I want more energy efficient options and tools. Everything else comes after that. I think that's what we have to keep in mind when we think about whether it might be rules and regulations and what that means for our energy future. So I like to think about it in a more positive way. I like to be able to come at these things in a more positive way. Sometimes facts can be pesky things, and I think that's debates always. It makes the entire process a lot richer. So I think that's the way we view this. I'm glad. I know that when you all come together for a conference like this, that's exactly the formulation of these panels. That's exactly where we want to get to as an end result, to be able to have differing opinions, but to be able to think about what a charted path might look like. So that's certainly what we did with the Clean Power Plan. I certainly think there are many other aspects of the, we're an industry in transformation. I'm younger. I haven't been in the, Mr. King just said this to me. He said, I've been
I've been colleagues with these folks that have been on these panels for 30, 35 years. I've been in the industry for 7 years. Okay, so since I've been in the industry for 7 years, it's a major transformation has been underway. Things that I wouldn't have necessarily thought would be on the table this year, last year, we're already thinking about them for next year and how that will change from decisions we made 12 months ago. So it's transformational. I think that's something to be excited about. You know, a friend of mine actually is one of the chief executives for Airbnb. And he told me a story that resonated with me and thinking about our industry. And by the way, this industry, as Commissioner Bittersmith talked about earlier, we're not like the cable telecom industry, and we're certainly not like the cellular telephone industry. We are an industry that provides and enables all of this to be able to work. So let's stop being able to make analogies for things that are not analogous to the debate at all. But what we need to think about is, what he told me was, think about Airbnb. Airbnb originated in San Francisco around a particular design conference that aired annually. And they realized that they could start this business model that you know, many of you, how many do you know the Airbnb business model of being able to get? It's very popular. It's sort of the renting a room from an individual as opposed to going to your usual industry, hotel industry, to be able to rent your room. Online platform, you know, online tools, you know, many things, insurance and all those things that come along with it. But if you think about it, the Airbnb industry and renting rooms in San Francisco for this particular conference went like this. You know, conference attendees really reacted to it, but guess what? The hotel rack rate of what hotels being booked never changed at all. Never changed at all. So I would posit that we need to think about, and I read your remarks from yesterday with regard to, you know, new entrants. You know, we had this past June, we had Elon Musk at our convention. I could tell you that Mr. Chetty, I believe is his name, that was here. He should go by and read. He should go back and actually read the press statement from Elon Musk on stage at that convention. It was completely counter to what his cousin at Solar City was saying. So I would say that you need to, facts are pesky things. Let's just say that. Two, that, you know, what Mr. Musk was saying was, storage is not, when we think about instilling technology for the future, storage cannot even be possible in the future, you know, unless we're looking at it to be able to incent the market like that. And so I would say that when you think about net energy metering, think about what you're holding back, you know, as far as the market's concerned and that possibility. To me, that's probably where utilities should be most frightened, not net energy metering as it currently stands today. So I use the Airbnb analogy. I know that sounds a little bit strange, but I want you to think about it in the context of, you know, there are new entrants, and the new entrants to the market are not necessarily, you know, solar is a great thing. We're very bullish on solar. You'll be hearing from Tom Fanning, who's our vice chair of Edison, who's chairman and CEO of Southern Company, this afternoon. You'll hear him talk about how bullish he is on solar. You know, our industry and the way we think about solar, it's a mega trend. And absolutely it's something that is transformational, and we've had to be able to adjust our approach to it as well. So I think that there's a lot of room here for everyone to be able to be in the business. And that's one thing at the end of the day we can't forget is there are people in business here, whether you're on the developer side, you're on the installer side, you're on the utility side. Yes, at the fundamental, you know, premise of that should be you're in a business, right? You have revenues, you have shareholders, you have they all do. So I just want to flatten that for everyone and saying there's a lot of room there. But going back to the Clean Power Plan, I just want to say, and that part of it, as far as the innovation piece of that is going to be the future of what we're looking at right now. We're seeing our industry right now on renewables like this. That's far ahead of the Clean Power Plan, even the implementation itself, as far as going into effect.
I will say the Environmental Protection Agency is the agency that we're closest to in Washington. We partner with them. We do a lot of great work with them. Bill Hederman's here. I hope we look to continue to expand that relationship at DOE. DOE was with our partner with regards to what we did in the Investment Recovery Act that took place. We rolled out an entire and scaled smart meters across the country in partnership with DOE. There are many other things that we ought to think about scalable that we can go after in the future. So a lot of possibility there.
Brian, it's often said that utilities are conservative. They're slow to recognize and adopt new technologies, new business models. Going forward here, as we're going in the 21st century and all these challenges, do you see utilities, some or all the utilities, being able to become more dynamic and get more involved in the new technologies and business models?
Sure. When I came to the industry, we started something called Powering Innovation, and it was actually Powered People, and we did it in Washington because we really wanted back to what legislators and policymakers were thinking about in the future. As I said, since I'm a newer entrant in the industry, already today our partnerships with O-Power, I just had my friend John Wooler from Google come talk to us because of all the partnerships that we have now with Google. We have 9 pilot programs. I mean, this is an industry and we're now we partnered with a incubator startup group called 1776 because there are energy startups, that are very valuable to our industry going forward. And the next idea is going to come from somewhere else that's going to be enabled by utilities and that platform that we call the network of the grid. So I think that as far as innovation is concerned, and I'll give you the honest answer to that, I think in any industry you have slow movers, you have fast movers, right? And my job right now is to be able to amplify and to give them a voice, which is the fast movers. And I do everything. We have this series called Grid Talk because I want information sharing how the fast movers are doing it, right? So the slow movers can catch up. That's my job in the industry, is how we sort of level that out, how we get everybody on the same trajectory here. You're talking about, there are very small utilities with some less than 250,000 customers. And then you have multi-service territory customers that serve 16 states. So my job is what can I do to be able to do the how-to, of this? How did you do that? What did it entail? What kind of investment do I need to plan for? That's the real convening power of how we get everybody on the same page and how we accelerate innovation.
What about the companies that are sometimes what they like to call themselves disruptors, that are competing, that are entering competing? Sometimes our industry has been called utilities are zombies, or that we're not going to be around for that much longer. So are we in the industry? Are we fighting back? Is there a battle going on over market share, or how are we embracing, in some cases, the new competitors? How is the industry reacting to the disruptors?
Well, I would look at that a little bit differently. I think the industry is disrupting itself. I think that, we had Jeff Immelt come and talk to us, and that's something that General Electric started as a project about 7 years ago about how they were going to disrupt their business. I would say that utilities right now are disrupting themselves. Elon Musk says he doesn't like that word disruptor. I like it because I think what it means is it sort of breaks open the possible. And you think about other ways. In this poll that I referenced earlier, I was very curious about what millennials think. because they're the ones that are really about choice control. But when I look at the crosstabs, and any of you that know my history, I've spent a long time on the political side of things, and so I've done a lot of surveys. So I studied the crosstabs like a data nerd, and I was able to really figure out that millennials are really not emotional about anything at all. They just want it to be there, and they just want some choice available to them, and they want to be able to control it. So that's what we've got to be able to factor in is, yes, we've got to remain affordable to the masses, but we've got to be able to innovate, at the same time. In this poll, when we talk about reliability, when I came in the industry 7 years ago, terminology was used like this. We keep the lights on. We keep the lights on. And I thought to myself, wow, my expectations have changed, because I think you ought to do more than just be able to keep the lights on. I would think technology and innovation should enable you to be able to do that a little easier than maybe what had been in the past. Maybe there are instances like Hurricane Sandy or something like that come along, that clearly challenge us all. But I do think that when we talk about reliability, I think that what in this particular survey, they were saying, yes, we rely on you for that, but in the future, we're going to rely on you for more. So that's what I'm trying to preach to our companies is, it's changing. You've got to be able to change with it, but still do the same job you did before. So I don't really think the disruptor aspect of that, I'm not scared of that at all. I think that's something that we should embrace. I think we did a CEO retreat last month. We ran around the table, and don't tell Tom Fanning I told you all this. It was a retreat, and we were going around the table, and CEOs were saying, the question that we threw out was, where do you see yourself in 2030? What are you going to be doing? What are you going to be providing to your customers? How do you see your business transforming during that period of time? Common theme, running throughout the room was innovation, cleaner energy. Okay. It's just a fact of the matter. And I would like to be able to say that the Clean Power Plan, as I said, is, to me, that's going to be able to accelerate that innovation. But at the same time, for many of you that work even on the periphery of our industry, that's long-range planning, right? So you see those regulations coming, and you make decisions far ahead of them ever being implemented. It's just the way that things work. So, Gina McCarthy said it this week with regards to the Clean Power Plan. I think we're going to be more than just able to meet that 32% carbon reduction. I just think that's where we're headed. We're headed that way because industry knows that that's what our customers want.
Brian mentioned the word pesky before, and that immediately brought to mind the U.S. Congress. So what would you say about the role of the Congress in energy policy, and then also whether there's a pivot to the states where a lot of the action is going to be?
Well, I think there's a huge pivot to the states. I end up spending the majority of my time in the states. I think Congress is not really, when we're talking about, they're doing must-pass pieces of legislation like the highway bill, the budget that's coming up. They're doing big things like that, but they're not doing the things that are that require a lot more work, a lot more compromise and a lot more bipartisan working in Congress. So a lot of that is not happening. I mean, we've had issues that we're working on, like cyber information sharing. There are smaller things along those lines that we've worked on. But by and large, what I'm looking at as far as out to 2016, what we're going to be doing is educating Congress, because we're leaving a lot of people behind, not only our customers, but we're leaving them behind in the storytelling about where we're going. People ultimately, when they think you have a plan, all you have to do is tell me what you're planning. Tell me what you're about. Tell me that story of the industry and where you're going. We're not doing any of that. Not only at the state level, we're not doing it where we should be doing it at the federal level. We had a big 4-hour meeting on that yesterday. There were a lot of people in from around the country, And we're going to be doing that differently because we've got to be able to think of we're leaving our customers behind too because we're not being able to communicate properly about what's, it's happening very fast for our companies, but we still have to be ahead of it. We have to tell the story.
We're gonna open up the questions in a second. I'm gonna have one last. Is the grid gonna look pretty much the same in 10 years, more or less, than it is now, or how fast is this pace of change? What's your vision for the grid?
Well, what the grid is, if you think about it, and I know a lot of you travel a good amount like I do, every time I go in an airport, it's there's some sort of construction project that you're having to walk through, and the grid's that way too. That's all infrastructure, as well. The grid is a perpetual area of investment for us. And what we have to be able to do is think about the grid in the same terms that you would think about the internet. We do have to be able to think about what we're going to be able to do to change that grid to be able to enable technology to the masses, not the few. Okay, you can think about some of these other technologies right now that people have that they may put in their homes that we also partner with as well. My view is that grid needs to be able to be in the future for technology to flow over it, not just energy flowing one way, energy flowing two ways in some areas. We've got to be able to invest in that a lot more because that is the future of what's possible.
Well, we're gonna go to questions, and I don't know if it's been announced, but we've even packed your schedule more. So I hope you had your coffee for the next few hours, because Bill Hederman, who's Senior Advisor to the Secretary of Energy, is going to directly follow us. But let's go to questions. Did I see a hand back there? Yes.
Steve Hines. Brian, we're probably on the opposite side of viewing the Clean Power Plan. One of the things that bothered me the most that I brought up last week at May was from the preliminary Clean Power Plan to the final, there was never a disclosure of what the changes were from the preliminary to the final, and there was never any intellectual underpinning of why the changes were made.
I would only say to be more specific because there were a lot of changes from the proposed to the final.
That's exactly what I'm saying. There was a lot of change. Unless you have 3 or 4 floors of lawyers, if you're medium, small, looking at the power plant, you simply didn't have time to parse through what it started as and all the changes were made to the final product.
Right.
And never an explanation of why the changes were made.
Right. Well, I would agree with you on that point in a way. I'll be creative when I say this because I need to be. If you're not working, okay, and I could say that the reason why we have such a close partnership with EPA is because there's not anyone else out there that knows how our systems work. Okay, that's not to say when you talk about generation, transmission, distribution, and what our systems are capable of, or what a particular plant is capable of. So a lot of those changes that were made, Steve, probably some of the best engineers would have a hard time explaining the level of those changes. Now, we at EEI, we have a highly technical staff in our environment area. A lot of these folks have worked for, decades with regards to whether it's carbon capture and storage, whether it's integration of renewables, or whether it's heat rates in natural gas combined facilities. So I would agree with you. I don't think that it's clearly not a rule for, someone on the street to be able to read and decipher what that is. But I would say that the changes that we made from proposed to final were, once these things, as I mentioned, go to the states, it becomes very political, right? Because you have a governor involved, you have an attorney general involved, you have many other players involved. You know, our issue was being able to say, as the overall utility sector, was with the changes that were made, we see a path to be able to make that happen and to do that in an affordable, reliable way. And there are many things that were built into that rule that not only was the time period and compliance stretched out, which is going to be for the benefit of the customer, but there were a lot of reliability mechanisms that we created that they dropped in the rule as well, because we didn't want reliability jeopardized at the same time.
We have a question from this gentleman.
Really good, Brian. And I was wondering, your CEOs and their projections to the future, you told us that they talked about that it would be a more solarized, more alternatives. Well, what do they say about the other components of generation? What do they say about coal? What do they say about nuclear, which are not mentioned by name? It's sort of talking about this black area of the other generation sources.
Best question. I would say this, you know, one of the reasons why our industry is able to keep energy prices affordable is because of the diversity that you see. If we were to be able to, if you think about it, if you were to be able to whiplash in the market, you know, and you're able to pivot back and forth to lowest cost fuel, and you think about the facilities that have to be built that are owned by you all, okay, you pay for them. You pay for those, you know, power producing facilities. You pay for that infrastructure. All right, we need to be able to account for that. And I think a lot of the beauty of that is being able to be more fuel diverse. And that does mean, quite frankly, more renewables at the same time. It does take in consideration 21st century coal. I think that Tom Fanning will go over that. Someone has to be, by the way, people can certainly criticize Kipper and their project, Southern Company's project, but I'll tell you, someone has to do it. Someone has to be first to be there. It can be costly, it is costly, but I could say the same thing about nuclear. I really don't think that we consider nuclear appropriately as a zero emitting resource as far as carbon in the Clean Power Plan. We tend to, in Washington, we convene summits on nuclear energy. Again, we don't really do anything about it, but throw some attention there. But we don't really have any policy, you know, producing things that provide impact and outcomes. We don't do that. You know, that's inside Washington. It's miserable. It's a horrible place to be able to think about what's best for this country. And I can say the nuclear fleet that we have in this country, we should be thinking about it. We should be thinking about, you know, my friend John Woolard at Google said, you know, at Google, we actually look at nuclear as being the answer to the future, because when you think about the cost associated, people view as a one-time cost, but these are facilities that emit no carbon, you know, for 60, now could be up to 80 years. So I think that's something that we're really missing. Again, we don't really, in Washington, we like to throw a lot of attention to it, but there's really not much in the way of outcomes.
Hey, Brian. If the Clean Power Plan is stayed over, do you think this is to a carbon-free industry in a more disciplined fashion than the EPA is doing?
Oh, Tracy, I wish I'd known you were in the room before I started talking about your boss. Okay, we're good. Let's keep that between us. Let's keep that between us. You know, Tom Fanning has been a big proponent of, even back when we were doing climate legislation. We always thought, and I do still believe, that the Clean Power Plan, you will see carbon markets originate from the Clean Power Plan. Back to Congress, though, we tried that. You know, we advocated, we got climate legislation and cap and trade, that evil word, that we got it through the House. You know, I remember Rahm Emanuel, who was then at the White House, called me and said, we're not doing your cap and trade, your market thing. We're pivoting in the Senate to healthcare. I don't care what you're working on over there with Senator Kerry, Lieberman, and Graham. And that process pretty much fell apart, and short order because of that. And I think that we can all say that after Affordable Care passed Congress, the hallways of Congress were so bloody they didn't have the guts to do anything after that. Much less do something like a market-based mechanism. So I actually think a market-based mechanism, I think that's what we'll see in the future with a mass-based approach in the Clean Power Plan that probably the states will adopt. But I think that you will see people that emit carbon that will be happy to buy carbon credits from somewhere else. I'm a little disappointed that we didn't do that earlier. But again, we're talking about Washington.
We have one more question.
Mr. Wolf, I'm about Murray Energy. I give you credit for a lot of compassion for what you're into, but there's a real inconsistency in what you're saying. You said that your ratepayers want low-cost electricity, and you gave this very enthusiastic support of wind and solar. In PJM, you have to know that wind and solar is not reliable, and it's 5.5 times more expensive than coal. Yet, and I have felt for years that EEI, and your bosses know this, Tom Kuhn and Quinn Shane, you do a great disservice to America. You really do. And you're not talking about low-cost electricity here. You're talking about drinking the Kool-Aid and working with a group of illegal bureaucrats. Now, my question is, there are 26 states that say that Clean Power Plant is totally illegal. The case is styled Murray Energy Corporation versus the EPA. That's me. How can you sit there and buy into this and say we work with these great people? They're not knowledgeable at EPA of the power grid. Read their history. They came out of radical environmental movements. What is EEI all about these days? Just seeing that your CEOs get to where their 5-year contract expires?
Wasn't quite sure that was a question, but I'll try to answer that. Yeah, what it's about is what I just said. I did not say, I don't even think I even mentioned the words wind here. I did say solar is a mega trend. I think you'll hear that from Tom Fanning as well. But what I said was fuel diversity. The beauty is in that with regards to keeping prices affordable. And that's actually a little bit closer to what you're saying. So I appreciate your frustration, but at the same time, there's a little bit more of a reality here. It's not to be able to, and by the way, my job is not to get in the way of what the state process might be right now. As Commissioner Bittersmith said, each state is going to have different attainment numbers that they have to be able to make a plan for and meet. She also talked about, and you talk about that litigation, she also talked about a dual track strategy. Well, they'll still be submitting a plan over here just in case. Now, I would only say to you that, these market realities right now, gas is cheap. And I think that there's a lot of opportunity in a lot of different areas for other fuels. But there is a reality to what customers want, what customers are willing to pay for. And we have to be able to balance not only keeping it affordable, but also providing some diversity there. So I don't think we're saying that much different, but I guess we are.
Thank you very much, Brian. And please stay, we're going to roll right into Bill Hederman.
we are going to get a little bit of a break, so please do not worry. It is my extraordinary pleasure to introduce to you Bill Henneman. He has a resume that is solid gold. It begins with Bell Labs, extends through the RAND Corporation, and the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. When Enron was creating problems, Patrick Wood, I forgot his name for a second. Patrick Wood asked him to come in and help and give sage advice. He's been asked to come in and help and give sage advice by corporations and to draw on this enormous wealth of knowledge over many decades. He is now giving sage advice at the Department of Energy to the Secretary of Energy, where he is an advisor, where he has come in from the private sector to once again help public policy. It is a great honor and a great pleasure to have him at our conference.
Oh, thank you, Llewellyn. And thank you very much for the chance to speak with this group. This is a set of cognoscente that it's really fun to be listening to and to be part of the conversation. So what I will be focusing on is the Quadrennial Energy Review, which is a legacy project for Secretary Moniz. It relates very closely to the congressional discussion because it was a product that created a set of proposals that included legislative proposals among them, and I'll explain that more as we go along. I'll try to move through this pretty quickly. The first phase of the Quadrennial Review focused on transmission, storage, and distribution. And the idea of a Quadrennial Review grows out of the Quadrennial Defense Review, which has been going on for decades, was the notion of we need to escape from the tyranny of the annual budget process to actually think about a more strategic picture of what needs to happen. And the thinking for this idea began in 2010 when Professor Moniz at MIT and Professor Holdren at Harvard made a proposal to the President's Council on Science and Technology, and they suggested this White House-led effort that would take both a longer-term view and a broader view. So it's taking account of all the agencies that have equities related to energy, and ended up with more than 20 agencies involved. And I am looking for the clicker. There it is. So I'm going to speak to that review and then talk about the implications to more what we've been speaking about here. So what for the utilities? Basically, the fundamental changes. So when I came to DOE as a senior advisor to Secretary Moniz, I had been working since my days at FERC on energy regulatory compliance, and that had evolved from a FERC focus into a Dodd-Frank focus during that 10-year period. And so when I came back to the full energy world again, it was astounding to see what had happened. I mean, I know you know what's gone on in the electric sector, but the oil sectors and the gas sectors have really gone through also amazing transformations, beginning with the success of hydraulic fracturing and so forth. So just very quick review of that. Production natural gas has grown quite significantly. Oil production has grown to the point where oil imports is less of a security concern than it once was. The growth of the renewables has been important. The role of distributed energy and demand resources have all become these have grown into important parts of the evolution going forward. We've mentioned the technology advances, and the path and trending there is for more of the same. The policy developments matter too. A very important one that's not relevant to this audience, but I think relates to some of the regulatory matters, is the CAFE standards, the corporate average fuel efficiency standards. That, this is something that Detroit almost went under because it was focusing more on protectionism than on increasing the efficiency of their vehicles. When this law changed again, Detroit was, and the auto industry even more broadly, was ready to say can do, and they have done. And that advance in the fuel efficiency has actually flattened out gasoline and oil demand in very significant ways. The Clean Air Act, especially 111B and C, then plays in the Clean Power Plan thinking. Clean Water Act, we have been spending time recently on the water energy nexus. I would suggest you take a look at the reports coming out of DOE in that area. This is going to be a growing concern. And then on the security challenges, as the security dangers related to oil dependency have declined, other challenges have increased, most notably cybersecurity, but also some physical security. So let me turn to the flower diagram. This is something that my friends and colleagues have told me we could do a whole presentation on this, just focus on how not to do a PowerPoint presentation. Slides it, so it works fine for me, but it actually does work as a lens to understand the quadrennial energy review. And if you understand this one page, you may not have to read the whole 300-page report. So let me give that as the teaser for your attention. But if you look at the outlines, the perimeters of this, you see three major national goals. One is economic competitiveness, and there what we're talking about is both being competitive in terms of developing and offering the best energy technologies, but it's also about keeping energy prices low so that all of our economic activity can be internationally competitive. And we've seen that especially recently on the manufacturing side with low cost of fuels, bringing manufacturing back in major parts. Second circle is, and again, been remarkable progress on the import side, but also we have new threats arising here, and we're concerned about the vulnerabilities arising from extreme weather and from extremists with the security of our cyber systems. Third is environmental responsibility, and we've already made major progress on the criteria emissions. The future challenge is dealing with lowering the carbon emissions. And if you look at all three of those, there are places where progress moves forward in all three. More efficient use of energy improves the competitiveness, reduces the security issues, and reduces the environmental effects. On the other hand, if you have to protect against cyber attacks, that's kind of a dead weight loss, but it's a new cost. It's one that has to be addressed, but so there are trade-offs in that dimension. Let me move from there to the center of the diagram. So the bullseye here is that all of the quadrennial energy review focuses on infrastructure and the 21st century infrastructure characteristics that we've got to have. And the thinking is basically, this report looks to 2030, and basically the infrastructure we'll have at that point will carry us through most of the 21st century. So that was the driver here. If you look right above that, you see one of the important characteristics. It was to improve reliability, resilience, and of course, all of us who worked in industry know safety is always the starting point. You've got to have the system to be safe. I'll show you a couple of slides very quickly after this. I want to spend most of my time on this picture. At 3 o'clock on the flower, you see modernizing the electric grid. You may notice that for the most part, we tried to avoid the traditional perspectives of how to look at energy. And we didn't talk just oil and gas and electric, coal, renewables, hydro, or nuclear. We wanted to take this different perspective. But on modernizing the grid, we felt we did have to, if you will, stick with that traditional point. At 6 o'clock, you see the energy security infrastructure. So the biggest topic there was the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. We also raised the idea of looking further at a strategic transformer reserve. I think we still have a difference of perspective there with industry. I know industry has made major progress on inventory control and monitoring, and many feel that the transformer situation is under control. I think our perspective there was the national perspective needs to have concern about some bigger issues that we do not see as being entirely the responsibility of industry. But if there were a major attack on the order of nation-state attacks, you need to have some more response than you can reasonably demand of industry. And then there are other elements that come up there, like regional reserves. Finally, looking at shared transport. And I just want to note, shared transport is different than multimodal transport. It's looking at the railroads and the waterborne transport, where different uses bump up against each other. And I'll show you a picture that shows how dramatically that happens. So very quickly, let me shoot through several slides and then I'll get to the implications. So this, some have called the slide of pestilence, and basically all the different threats that are creating vulnerabilities for the grid and other infrastructure. It is pretty intriguing how there are very definitive regional differences there. Now it shows all the earthquakes on the West Coast. Actually, as we drill down, the New Madrid fault in the Midwest is one that could probably wreak more havoc. The intensity of rain is a factor relevant in some regions and some infrastructure. The Gulf Coast, the implications of weather, extreme weather around high tides is of particular significance there. And this is the slide I want to mention, the $1 billion disaster events. You can see a clear pattern of increase, but frankly, some of that increase is due to weather. Other parts are due to the fact that people are putting expensive assets such as beach homes too close to the weather event. So there really are two factors there. And I know that there is important research being done in that area, and we can take account of that. On this slide, I think the important points are how important reliability has been to driving investment. Actually, I was surprised the extent to which it was so much more important than economics of the least cost dispatch investments that were necessary. This slide shows pipelines. Again, I think the remarkable point is how flexible so much of the existing infrastructure has been. So many pipes have had to reverse directions, change from gas to liquid movement and so forth. And I think it's a real testimony to how industry has been able to respond. And I think it shows both on the grid and pipeline networks that a lot of the backbone that will be necessary to move to where we hope to be by 2030 is in place. And it's more upgrading and adding extensions than needing additional fundamental skeleton, if you will. So the picture on railroad is an interesting one. You know, basically, there was not adequate pipeline capacity to move the oil being produced in the Bakken fields, and railroads took over. You know, it's another testament to how if you create a business opportunity, you can get a response from industry in the United States. And you know, within 5 years, so you notice that the bar chart is quarterly. So that movement happened in 5 years, basically from no crude oil movement on rails to 1 million barrels a day. And then that bumped into the coal traffic that was happening from the Powder River Basin. That congestion was probably helpful for eastern coals to some extent, but it certainly caused a lot of concern at power plants where they were finding their coal piles getting mighty low, and actually led to some FERC inquiries on that issue, and Surface Transportation Board contacted on that. The other point I wanted to make was around gas. If you look at the low blue curve there, that was the value of gas at wellheads in Rocky Mountains. When Rocky Express came into place, that tightened up with the national picture. If you look at the right side here, you see New England getting seriously out of whack with the national picture. This is kind of self-imposed difficulties because we're both the capacity market signals in New England and the resistance of New England communities of gas pipelines that kind of contributed to that picture. New York and Chicago also were a little out of whack in 2014, but they have been more responsive. I left this picture in about methane emissions. The picture based on some environmental defense fund work. It makes Boston look like it's quite full of emissions. These are really minor emissions for the most part, but it was and I think the message that's gone out to state regulators is that there are some old systems where accelerating the upgrading makes a great deal of sense and going to lead to lower costs because reducing the emissions saves gas. And turn quickly then to the recommendations that came out of the QER. They tried to put some cost tabs by them when we could. Want to point out that grid modernization was one of the most various direct organization of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. If anyone wants some information on why, we can talk about that in the Q&A or catch me at lunchtime. Trying to support the low-income issues is important for moving forward on these grid issues. And I mention that because it matters on grid, just like it matters on the gas issue I mentioned. The consumer advocate groups at the state level basically said they would oppose upgrading of the gas systems. And we engaged in conversations there up front. I suggest that you might want to think about those kinds of conversations up front on electric grid issues. The consumer advocates do take a very different perspective, and it's important to take account of it. So the implications that I wanted to raise were, I think we've talked about many of these issues already. There's a traditional regulatory path for uses, the new paths, and how do they involve competition, how do they involve technology innovation, what costs and what value of services are relevant, and how do they get allocated, and this clearly is going to happen state by state and even utility by utility. It's really essential to take account of the market forces and the regulations here to incent what needs to happen here, especially around resilience and reliability. Can be managed, or it just gets, if you will, out of control. I think we can point to instances of each of those happening. I included innovation here because I think that between now and the end of the year, we're going to hear about a lot about the importance of technology innovation and looking at how government and the private sector can partner to accelerate that. It's clearly part of any path from Paris, and our secretary is very excited the options for technology innovation. I would commend that you look, I think somebody mentioned this already, but there's a new report out from DOE called Revolution Now, and it's about the great advances on the cost of different technologies, and the implication being technology is a way to move forward on lowering carbon emissions that can happen without severe damage to the economy. It doesn't work on every technology, but there certainly are technologies where it's going to matter a lot. And I will leave it with one last point about strategic integration. Part of why Secretary Moniz asked me to come in was when I was at Bell Labs, I was a systems integration engineer there, and he wanted to up the department's analytic game and to do more integrated analysis. And I think that's going to be important for each utility company and each state regulator as well. So thank you very much, and I appreciate your attention.
Thank you, Bill. I'd like to launch the questions. One that's a little awkward, but it's one that needs to be asked. And that is, there is a perception in much of the electric utility industry that there is not a level playing field in this administration, including the Department of Energy, that there is an institutional preference for solar and wind and institutional hostility to nuclear and coal. Do you encounter any such thing, and is this a false or a true reality?
I don't think it's a reality that there's a non-level playing field in terms of solar and wind versus nuclear, coal, fossil. Certainly within the Department of Energy, the Secretary is a very strong supporter of the all-the-above approach. And I think you've actually even heard those words from the President on occasion, and I am sure they came at the urging of the Secretary. That said, there are lots of politics at work here, and there are groups that have more or less influence with different segments within different agencies, and whether those are regulatory bodies or more cabinet type agencies. I think, and the White House as well, there are certainly people that believe the trends are going to go in different directions. But I would say, working on the QER, There was a lot of attention to keeping the transmission, storage, and distribution infrastructure in a place that it could be technology agnostic, that it needs to be able to accept any of the production options, and it needed to be able to deal with any of the demand options as well.
We have paid very little attention to this conference with Greta not central to it, but nonetheless, it's a part of the whole metric picture to cyber security. How important is that, and what is being done?
So, that certainly has come to the public front again with Ted Koppel's book. It gets a lot of attention within the department. We defer to the Department of Homeland Security in terms of being the technical expertise, providing the technical expertise on cybersecurity, but it is a major issue and priority at DOE, and the Deputy Secretary brings a special interest and expertise in the area of all security matters, and she has been making sure that we at DOE and DHS are giving that significant attention. There's actually a major simulation exercise underway that will be reviewed later this week, and I would expect that Tom Fanning has points to make on this too. But the private sector and the public sector have been making a lot of progress in this area. Now the reality is that it's a little bit like the kind of terrorist incident in Paris. There are attacks going on every day in the cyber world. We know it. We know the nature of many of them. The sharing of that information in a kind of secured, under the radar system is essential, because the more you talk about the details publicly, the more information you're sharing with your adversaries. Obviously, the government has to up its game. I don't like I just got a note this week that not only is my social security number out there and my kids' information out there, my fingerprints are out there. I don't know what good that's going to be, but there's a lot. We are dealing with a new kind of problem. I think that it's getting serious commitment from the government to up the game. There's no question that it's important, and we've known it's important. It's a challenge to how you address and maintain our treatments.
Questions? So, right here in the front.
Thank you. I think the received wisdom is that the wind technology gets an extension of the PTC for a couple more years, and that solar, on the other hand, I think runs down with the ITC at the end of 2016, steps down in interest. If you were trying to prioritize modernization of the grid and those sort of new technologies, wouldn't you extend the ITC first and for longer, rather than wind, which seems a technology that was probably mature?
Well, I'm not going to accept your premise on the perceived wisdom. I mean, I think that right now, within the second phase of the quadrennial energy review, we're putting a great deal of effort into looking at financial options, and that includes different tax treatments, because we don't think that the current situation is ideal for advancing any of the technologies. The PTC certainly was effective priming the pumps. It has had a lot of both anticipated and unanticipated effects, and that's an issue that will get more attention going forward. I suspect that it doesn't get addressed in a coherent way until there's an effort to do basically a full revisiting on tax policy. I doubt we're not going to get there next year, but part of what the QER is meant to do is start conversations, and they take 5 years to lead to improvements. But we think that starting the conversations is what the legacy can be from this secretary's time at DOE.
Further questions? Bob Murray.
Yes, I remember when the Department of Energy was founded. Now it's a huge bureaucracy employing taking millions of dollars out of the economy every year.
What do you think about abandoning the DOE? It's just a bureaucracy that goes nowhere, does nothing good for this country. Would you respond to that?
Yeah, I'll respond to that. It is a large bureaucracy. I have worked at FERC and I've worked at DOE, and FERC was a 1,000-person organization, and I had no idea what a real bureaucracy was like. I think there are very important activities at DOE, and there are other activities that are moving at a pace that probably nobody's satisfied by. I think that looking at revisiting what DOE does and the value of it is something that should happen with regularity. And but that's really Congress's job. And our job is to take the programs that have been signed to the department by Congress and do the best we can with them.
I would mention just for information that the Department of Energy also handles on nuclear weapons, on nuclear stockpile, and nuclear readiness, and dissolving the Department somewhere else. And it's a large issue, and it's a large part of the effort of the department.
All right, well, and that's where
it's too big and bureaucratic and probably needs revision, which is not its fault. It's the fault is of the Congress, as Bill has said. Further questions? Any questions for the Department of Energy? There are too many questions that nobody. There we have one at the back. I was sure that we would have more.
Steve, I promise that the critics of the Clean Power Plan have really me in particular. And that is that by really taking control of the grid, as the EPA has, it's really energy, FERC, state utility commissions to second-class citizens who are really, in a sense, waiting for direction from EPA itself. How would you respond?
Well, you know, I think that EPA has had increasing influence on the energy world for several years. Part of the reason for that is that voters have voted in administrations that focus on the environmental side. I think that there's always a struggle for how to balance these things. And I agree, I have to say that I think that DEI's view that, you know, something that when I was at FERC, I often would hear from industry to say, look, if you have to, you know, just make a decision. I would much rather live with a bad regulation than have to keep living with the regulatory uncertainty. And I think that EPA has been struggling with trying to be responsive to industry here. And, you know, DOE is struggling with trying to come up with the technical options that allow society to move forward and in a way that's more efficient, more economical, and cleaner. And that's really what DOE's role is in this particular part of the movement forward. And I'm not sure about who's in the front seat or the back seat, but we're all trying to stay in the vehicle.
Any more questions? Okay, Bill, thank you very much. I'm most grateful that somebody like Bill has come all the way from Washington to be with us and to present for us, and it's really decent of you. Thank you so much. We're going to take a short break. About
11:30, we're at the.
to 11:30, so we'll be back on schedule. Our luncheon speaker is here. We will have the luncheon speech in this room and the lunch afterwards, so, you know, don't let your hunger get too high a grip on you, because we will have the speech in here. The reason is the microphones are better, etc. And back at 11:30, if you could, that gives you about 12 minutes according to my clock. Thank you.
We will.
Yeah.
Yeah, just teach her.
What's the order here?
As it appears.
Okay, so. Okay. One more last, I just look with these right there. How much time do we need?
Well,
Well, yesterday, I said, wait a minute, this is the other guy going to talk. I said, no, this is not about the other guy. It's like, this other guy's going to produce logs, turn him on, and go. That's what you need.
I used to say, when I discovered the jump ball off. Okay, can everybody take a seat, please?
If that's not.
Could you be seated, please?
Oh, no, you're not right. Just the order that's in the.
You need the same order to go to the slide. It doesn't matter where they're sitting, as long as they speak.
Standard.
Hello, everyone. If we could get your attention, we're going to get started. I'm Ken Silverstein. I'm the editor of Public Utilities Fortnightly magazine, and I am quite honored to moderate this panel. We have Edward Key, Stuart Pearman, and okay. I'm not going to try to. Swami. Okay. And so I'm just going to turn it over to these guys and let them, and then I'll interject in the end as we go, as we get more into the question and answers. So Ed, go ahead.
Thanks, Ken. Thanks to the Public Utilities Fortnightly for inviting me, Llewellyn and Joe. And thanks to Arizona Public Service Salt River Project and Scott Madden for sponsoring some of this. Thank you very much. It's really good to be in a room with people who understand electricity. Some of the folks on the other panels are people I've worked with over the years. Putnam, Hayes, and Bartlett's come up a couple of times. Charles River Associates, NERA Economic Consulting, all places I've been over the years. I retired about 1.5 years ago and started my own firm. I'm still affiliated with NERA, but I'm working in the nuclear economics space. And I guess my talk today is about how electricity industry change has impacted the nuclear power industry. And it's been pretty big, and some of you probably have seen that existing units are closing early. A lot of units that were planned are not going to go ahead, and that's a pretty big deal. Did you get the clicker? Oh, there it is. So my lawyers insist on this being there. I gave these slides last week at the American Nuclear Society winter meeting. This was meant to be sort of a call to action. If you read that issue of the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists about 1.5 years ago, it came out after Dominion announced the Kewaunee closure, but before it was actually closed. Commissioner Bradford has some pretty interesting things to say. He essentially is saying that electricity market reform and combined with cheap gas prices is going to kill the U.S. nuclear industry. By 2050, it will effectively be gone. And so that's the starting point. I'm going to look at what's happening and is it right and what can we do about it. So first of all, what's happening with the existing nuclear? You've probably seen the news, Kewaunee, Vermont merchant nuclear plants closed because they weren't making any money. And you know, it's hard to understand how that could happen, but in a world with locational marginal prices, there are places in the system that have lower prices than other places. There are nuclear plants that have different levels of operating costs. These are older single unit plants, and you know, there are people out there who may think nuclear O&M costs are easy. There's quite a wide range and reasons for that range. Companies like Scott and Mann do a lot of work on this, benchmarking those things. So high cost units in low market value areas got closed. We just heard announcements that now Pilgrim and Fitzpatrick will close, similar reasons, but it's a big deal. There are some regulated units that had nuclear units with maintenance issues. Crystal River 3, Songs 2 and 3, they closed and closed permanently. If nuclear electricity were more valuable, those decisions might have gone the other way. And I've got to tell you, I've got one client who is a traditional utility, don't want to say who it is, they're looking at their existing operating nuclear power plant saying, we can buy power for this much, the operating costs of this nuclear plant are this much, our rates would probably be lower if we closed it and went into decommissioning. Now, they haven't made a decision yet. They may make that decision. There may be other traditional utilities, regulated or public power, who make the same decision, and that's a big deal. New nuclear units, we'll hear more from Southern at the lunch talk, I hope. We've got a couple of plants underway. Watts Park 2, of course, is going to come online soon, come into commercial operation soon. We had two plants, 4 reactors under construction, approved in about 2007, 2008. And if you look at the views on the gas industry, we were thinking about shale gas then, but we didn't have a very clear view of it. Any IRP done since then would tell you to build gas. And every one of those, 25 or 30 projects that were moving ahead like gangbusters in 2007, Swami Swami, they're all dead, and they're all at least on hold or canceled, move ahead unless economics get better. So to some extent, Commissioner Bradford was right. This industry is dying. And the other thing happening out there is existing units are looking hard at whether they want to do upgrades, whether they want to do license renewal, extra costs for a plant that's either making a little bit of money or maybe losing money. Probably not going to happen. So what's happening out there? The biggest, most important factor is low natural gas prices. That's what's driving most economics. Nuclear value is about what's available, except for nuclear. Gas is so cheap and is expected to be so cheap for such a long time in this country, it's hard to make that work as a nuclear power plant. Low demand growth is also an issue, not as big an issue, but we got a little bit of overcapacity in some places. Low value of capacity. You've probably seen the news about PJM fixing their capacity market with some performance incentives and penalties because of the global vortex or the polar vortex issues a year or two ago. Because of that, Exelon got more revenue. Some of their plants are going to stay around. Electricity market issues. Some people in the nuclear industry blame electricity markets for this. I kind of do too, but maybe for some different reasons I'll talk about in a moment. Operating costs for nuclear, they've been doing a pretty good job, but there's some reasons why those have been getting up and may not be able to go down. No value for nuclear carbon-free electricity. If you've done a valuation of a nuclear plant 10 years ago, you'd have tacked on a pretty healthy carbon fee, right? Someday, by 2015, we'll have a value for that low carbon electricity to enhance the value of this plant. Incredibly, we have this clean power plan that does nothing for existing nuclear plants. No value at all. In fact, in some ways, depending on how the states implement this, it could be worse for existing nuclear. There are some worked examples. I won't go into detail on them. Some states could close an existing nuclear plant, build a new natural gas plant, and still have a higher rating under a performance rate-based state approach. Incredible and bizarre, but it's really there. So here's my idea of what's wrong with electricity reform. Markets essentially do a pretty good job of dispatching on their work, maybe better than the utilities they replace because they're bigger areas, or locational pricing, but those are kind of small issues. The big issue is that traditional utilities had an economic driver that was to minimize long-term total cost by a portfolio approach And total cost includes transmission, includes everything. And those drivers led on the traditional approach to a portfolio with the risk management issues. The markets have one economic incentive, and that is to minimize short-run marginal costs on an hourly basis. Nobody's minding the store on long-term planning. So markets can end up working really well at what they do. We can end up with higher prices, higher costs, and a riskier system because no one's doing any planning. And that's the fatal flaw in my view. And included in this is the idea that these nuclear power plants have value that goes beyond the market value of the electricity they make. And you probably, if you go to the NEI website, Nuclear Energy Institute website, they have a whole list of economic impact studies they've done. You know, generally, a 1,000 megawatt nuclear plant puts about $500 million a year into the economy in direct and indirect benefits. Okay? If you shut it down, you lose those benefits. There are also things like carbon-free electricity, maybe capacity, reliability, fuel diversity. Those don't get recognized in the markets. Yet the private operator, whether it's Fitzpatrick, Vermont Yankee, Kewanee, only gets money in the market. A very small piece of those public benefits, uncompensated product value that the economy, the society as a whole gets, would keep them alive. So how do we do that? How do we get some public benefits reflected in the private operator's profits? Not so easy. So classically, when there are public benefits that don't get rewarded by the market, we call it market failure. One of the things we do to fix market failure is have some role of government. And if you look around the world, the role of government in electricity in some countries, China, Korea, other countries, both the electricity and the nuclear power industry are owned by the government. They're able to make decisions that reflect the total benefits of those programs, not just the electricity market value. In the nuclear sector, British Energy, part of the UK Central Electricity Generating Board, it wasn't privatized with everything else. When it was privatized, it spent a few years working, went bankrupt, the government bailed it out, didn't let it close, and they kept it on the government books. They sold it to EDF. So a different view, different approach. Incentives, after the British Energy debacle and the bailout, they said, we need nuclear, we've got to meet these binding carbon targets in the UK. They essentially reformed the reforms, the electricity market reform, EMR programs about fixing the electricity market to do what? To allow the UK government to impose government planning and long-term generation build on the economy in a way that they did using these financial incentives, the Hinkley Point CFD, contract for differences, and a lot of other bits and pieces and incentives are meant to give a private company incentives to build new nuclear in the UK, not relying on the markets, but relying on the government to make that happen. We had the EPAC of 2005. There were some incentives there. They weren't nearly enough. You know, we put those together in about, 2000 or so, and the market just moved so dramatically, cheap natural gas and other things, that they just weren't enough. They aren't enough today. A lot of loan guarantee money is sitting on the table, probably will be forever. There is some talk around the government of having government DOD or some other government entities buying power, and those power contracts could be a way to keep nuclear plants alive or to propose new ones. And a clean power plant, again, there's incentives in that maybe for new nuclear power plants, but they almost certainly won't be enough to overcome the disadvantages of low gas prices. So what are we left with? State governments in this country and people from other countries have a hard time understanding the federalist role to electricity. Many states have a big role. The states are very important. If you look at what's happened in some states with existing nuclear, in Iowa, the Duane Arnold plant had a PPA that expired. They would have closed. The Iowa state government, the Iowa PUC said, okay, let's look at extending that power contract. They did it. And the words around that were already did it because of jobs, because of clean energy, because of all kinds of things. But they did it. In New York State, the Ginna unit got an RSSA, a reliability contract, and that's keeping them around for a while. They have to get finished. In Ohio, there's a proceeding underway to re-regulate the pieces of the First Energy, perhaps an AEP, that would keep Perry and Davis-Besse alive. Illinois, they proposed a low carbon portfolio standard that would have been a way to keep the Exelon nuclear plants in Illinois alive. That didn't go to a vote in the state legislature. More on that in a second. In New York, we have a state government trying to kill Indian Point, at the same time outraged by the closure of Fitzpatrick. And how do you resolve that position? You got to take every legal action to stop energy from closing an unprofitable plant, but kill when it's profitable. It's the height of hypocrisy, but it just points out how states can go both ways. I was involved in the Vermont Yankee case for Entergy. The state effectively killed that plant by refusing to let their state utilities buy power. They're okay buying it from Seabrook and maybe from Hydro-Quebec nuclear power, but not from units inside Vermont. So the last slide, the only low carbon portfolio standard shows how hard it is to use government approaches to give money to private players to reflect the public benefits. And the headlines alone here are enough to bring a chill to anybody in the nuclear industry. So this is from less than a week ago, and essentially what Cranes is saying is that big bully Exelon, who's been trying to get a bailout through this low carbon portfolio standard, is making a little bit more money because of the PJM capacity auctions. Therefore, we shouldn't bail them out. They're probably lying about the losses anyhow, so what? So the problem we face is how to get public benefits to society somehow to these private owners to stop them from closing down perfectly good plants with decades left to operate clean energy. That's all I have.
Sony presentation, I guess that's it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ed. Good morning, everybody. I think over the last 2 days, yesterday, I guess, day and a half, we've had a lot of discussions on two kind of very broad topics. One is solar and wind are intermittent resources. Integrating them has a lot of costs on the grid. How are you going to do that? And then we've also had some discussion around, is the utility business model changing? The RDB came up a few times. You know, do utilities have to channel redesign? There's a problem, and so on. And I think if there's one technology that's kind of central to both of these questions, I actually think it is storage. This audience is so knowledgeable, so I don't think I need to really go into what I normally do in other places. But clearly, electricity is the only commodity that cannot be stored in an economically viable manner today. And so if there is a technology that comes up, that could have dramatic implications for all of these questions. What we did, most of you will find a report like this on your table, hopefully, something we published a few weeks ago on battery storage. What we attempted to do was this. I have tried to remain technology agnostic, although I do talk a little bit about lithium-ion batteries. But broadly, I've tried to remain technology agnostic. And I basically said, okay, if the cost of storage is X dollars per kilowatt hour of storage, if the capital cost of whatever the storage equipment is, be it a battery, be it something else, is X dollars per kilowatt hour, where does that X need to be so that storage actually makes economic sense? And so I talk about saying it's not there today, but the pace at which, and that's where I go a little bit about technology. Lithium-ion batteries have been declining for the past few years. It's kind of instructive. That chart was part of the Energy Information Administration's forecast for battery costs in the 2012 annual energy outlook, hardly 2 years ago. And if it's 2012, the data they have is probably from 10 or 11. So, you know, the data probably goes back a little further. The actual cost of the battery these days was $1,000 per kilowatt hour. So just to make sure, I mean, the units sound strange. You know, we thought the electricity prices as 10 cents a kilowatt hour, right? So just to make sure for those who are kind of encountering batteries for the first time, we're not talking about the cost of the energy in the battery, we're talking about the cost of the equipment itself. If you have a battery that has the capacity to own 1 kilowatt hour of electricity in it, the cost of that equipment was $1,000. This was very recently as part of the 2012 annual energy outlook. The DOE had a forecast, a reference case, and a high technology case, which meant, you know, if technology progressed pretty rapidly. The high technology forecast for 2015 was $405. So if you take Tesla's announcement as a reasonable indicator of what the market price is, the high technology case was in fact bang on target. The Tesla Powerwall and Power Pack that they announced. The Powerwall is a bit cheaper, but that's not a really industrial grade daily cycling product that they have that they're selling in for people to put in their garages. So if you really want an industrial size pack, it's slightly different. It's pretty close to the $400. Now, battery pricing is hard to, there's no public information, there's very little. I tried very hard. The best I can get is an anonymous source. It's a good source, a company that's involved, they know what they're talking about. And the best I could get is that even today, if you're actually buying battery packs in volume, not just, you know, a few here and there, but in volume. So you're setting up 5 megawatt, 10 megawatt, 20, 50 megawatt storage systems, large storage systems, then you could actually get much less than $400. You could probably get it, you know, the numbers like $200 for being bandied about. But there's no real, I won't say credibility, but I cannot rely on it because it's just one anonymous source of somebody involved in the industry. But I think the message is, the price has come down sharply over the last few years. And the question is, where does it need to be economically viable? And will it get there? Is it possible that we might see a trend for batteries very similar to solar panels that we've seen in solar panels over the last several years? Now, the thing to remember is this alone, it does not answer the full question in terms of what the cost of the system is. Because you need software, you need wiring, control systems, limiting costs, where we're putting it. So the estimated installed cost of the system today, based on Tesla's battery pricing, is closer to $700 a kilowatt hour. So that's kind of important to keep in mind. That's the cost of the storage, of the battery storage system. What we identified based on a number of discussions is there are 3 very promising applications. And here's my key point. If you want to know where batteries are going to make an entry into the electric system, don't follow the hype. So the hype is clearly where Tesla is. People are going to buy batteries, put it in their garage, put a panel on their roof, and get out of the grid. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen for 10 years, 20 years, maybe 30 years. It's a long way off, given that, just to put it very simply, the grid today is providing you zero cost storage. So it's pretty hard to be zero. You can't go negative in terms of the cost of your battery system. So really, what you should look at, in our opinion, are not really, it's not really backing up rooftop solar. That's not where you look at in terms of batteries. You look at other sources, other ways of using batteries. So the first one we identified is peak shaving for commercial and industrial customers. These customers don't need to have a single panel on the roof. They can still use a battery, and I'll talk about why is that. Ancillary services in the wholesale markets, and then the third one, which is the least economically viable of them all today, but again, it also has some promise: grid storage for renewables integration and system peak management. That chart just an illustrated chart of how you can shave the peak by using a battery. You charge the battery at night, and when your low peaks, let's say between 12 and noon and 1 p.m., just hypothetically for some industrial customer, you shave that peak by using the energy from the battery. Now, what happens when you do that is you save on your demand charges, and that's the key. a lot of large commercial industrial customers pay substantial amounts of demand charges to the utility. If you can use a battery to cut the demand charges, you could at a certain price point, the battery investment will be paid for by the savings in demand charges. So in my assumption here, I run it for a few very promising utilities. The best peak shaving market in the country today, based on economics, is New York City, followed by Hawaii, and then California, New Jersey, and some Connecticut. So usual suspects, but Hawaii and California are not on the top. Like they are for solar, it's actually New York City that's the best market for storage based on demand charges. And what I have here is where should the install cost of the battery system be? It's not just the battery alone, it's the full install cost of the system, which is today's pricing is close to $700. Our estimate is that for New York, where it's the best market, you could get $500 to $600 of in that range. If battery system prices would go down, you could be economically viable for peak shaving in New York City. But if you go to many of the other markets, you need to be close to $300 to $400 in terms of install costs. That's 50% below where it is today. So it's got a ways to go. And the key question is whether solar panels have fallen 50%. Batteries have fallen more than 50% in the last 5 years. So the question is, can that continue? Tesla is talking about the gigafactory and so on and so forth. Other battery producers, unlike solar panel makers, other battery producers are big companies with strong balance sheets. We're talking Samsung, we're talking LG, we're talking Panasonic. These are not startup companies in Silicon Valley or loss-making propositions like solar panel manufacturers. So these guys can bring down the price if they want to. At the same time, where for between 3 to 5 hours a day, your peak is substantially more than the rest of the day. If you have a profile like that, then you can use batteries to shade the peak during those 3 to 5 hours and potentially benefit. So that's really what you're looking for. The utility tariff structure is very important. Remember, the peak demand charge is based on the peak demand in any given 15-minute interval. So if it's not reliable, and in a particular 15-minute interval, you're going to have to pay the demand charge for the entire month based on your peak consumption for that 15 minutes. So you want to make sure that your batteries are very reliable, and we don't have real track record of that. They could be reliable, but we just don't know at this point. And then finally, it's a funny thing I point out, there could be non-economic issues. I just said New York City is a great market, and the market's not that far off. It's $500, $600 compared to $700 cost today. A little bit of subsidy will get you there, but you're not seeing that yet. Why? Because of fire codes. Big batteries are fire hazards, and they need to be incorporated into the city's fire codes because when you particularly have tall high-rises right next to each other. And that's been an issue, and New York is working to kind of revamp the fire codes to accommodate that. And then the last point I want to make for people talking about cost shifting, what struck us is that we talked about how when you have a rooftop panel, you are shifting costs from people with panels to people without panels when you do net metering, right? We think there's a similar phenomenon that could happen with demand charges. You're going to shift the demand charges. A big portion of the demand charges. Some part of the demand charges is basically capacity markets. You're buying generation capacity in the capacity markets, and you pay for that. But a big chunk of the demand charge also pays for the fixed cost of running the grid, the transmission and distribution grid. And so when you don't collect demand charges from some customers, you have to collect them from other customers. And so we think you're going to see, if batteries start penetrating, you're going to see a very similar cost shifting from large commercial and industrial customers to other customers. And it is going to set a very similar dynamic in motion. And regulators and utilities will have to grapple with it at some point. And then I did not go too much into ancillary services. I'm happy to discuss if you want to, because I don't think it's a very big market. I think there is a market, there will be some construction, but 95% of ancillary services are today met by pumped hydro storage in most of the country. There will be some incremental need for batteries, but it's not so big a market that it's going to completely drive everything around it. On the other hand, integration of renewables is obviously big. How do you assess its economic viability? We adopted a very simplistic approach. This is undoubtedly wrong, and an expert in power system management will probably approach it a different way. But we thought a reasonable proxy was to say, look, if you don't have a battery, you're going to have to build gas-fired peakers to balance the grid, right? That is your alternative. So we said, what are the economics of gas-fired peakers in the wholesale markets today? And how does the economics of a battery compare? And we thought that was not a bad assumption to make. If you want to have a battery meet the economics of a gas-fired peaker in the wholesale markets today, where would it have to be? Depending on which part of the country you're talking about, you have the New York City, you have New England, California, and the PJM RTO region. That's a few markets, just as a sample. We think the prices will have to fall much more. It's between $100 to $300 all in install cost compared to $700 today. So you need a much greater. So what we think is for the foreseeable future, in terms of integrating renewables into the grid and so on, you're going to be contracts. And that's what California is doing. They mandated that utilities acquire like 1.3 gigawatts, I think, by 2020. And they started giving out some contracts already. Late last year, Southern California Edison signed some contracts for storage. And so we think that as far as this application is concerned, for many years to come, you will need a contract to support it. Peak shaving is a much more closer economic. And then I'll stop with this. Everybody knows this chart, but it's important to understand why. You have a situation in California, let's say by 2020, where those hours, which used to be the peak load hours of the system, are actually going to be the lowest load hours of the system. It kind of takes a little bit of thinking to wrap your mind around that. It's not just that the peak is going down. It's that what used to be the peak hours of the day are now the lowest load hours of the day because of solar. And the only way to manage around this, and then look at the ramp up that you might need, 13,000 megawatts in 3 hours. Because as the sun goes down and the actual system peak happens, you need a ramp of 13,000 megawatts in 3 hours. No system wants to do that. And I think batteries are a great solution to this. Because what happens is you can pull up the stomach of the duck and you can pull down the neck of the duck if you have batteries. Store solar power during the day, use it at night. And that's why I think California is taking the lead in terms of putting out contracts for batteries. But that really is the promise of integrating renewables and grid stability and all of that. But the basic message is peak shaving has nothing to do with renewables. It has everything to do with utility tariff structures, demand charges. We think that will be the first economically viable application in New York, followed by California, Hawaii, and New Jersey, Connecticut. And then as far as integrating renewables goes, we think we need contracts for several years to come until, if and when, battery prices come down like solar panels have done in the last 7 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Public Utilities. Thanks, Ken. Thanks, Joe. And it's a privilege. The air topic, economic consequences of new models, is a bit challenging because you're solving for two unknowns, new models and economic consequences. The relationship between them is path dependent. Nobody knows how we get from here to there. So it's a little bit like define the universe, give 3 examples. Thanks for giving us that topic, by the way. So I'm going to come at this from a slightly different approach. I want to address 7 questions. What drives our current model? So what could be changing? What might future models look like? What's at stake? How might the financial markets react? Swami, you can correct me when I get that wrong. It won't take you long. And what does good look like? And then to me, the most important question, how do we get from here to there? And if time permits, we could have a fun closing thought. Caveat, my slides are, some of them are content rich, meant as a leave behind, so I promise I'm not going to drag you through all the details. So in our view, a business model has 3 primary components. What's the market and customers, what geography, segments, products, customers, market ecosystem do we serve? What's the activity system? If you're a Michael Porter fan, that's something that he talks about, the processes and practices and how they tie together.
and then technical competencies, what is their know-how and skills to do all that stuff. So the current business model is founded on and constrained by the traditional regulatory compact. Obligation to serve, universal and homogeneous service, any color you want as long as it's black, least cost, and that's related to any color you want as long as it's black, and exclusive franchise territory. And the theory is that this is a natural monopoly. So when you take that stuff and you put Von-Bright principles on it, you get the economic model. Return on rate-based assets, previously reviewed because we ain't got no competition, pass through of O&M taxes and usually fuel. And in some cases, below the line revenues, you get some business activities where the risk goes to share. There are three evolutions, and these are, if we were in a plant, we'd call these first of a kind evolutions for our industry. Technology is changing, customer tastes and preferences are changing, and the market ecosystem is changing. What's distinctive about these three things is they're all fits and starts. They're not like the one I'm going to talk about next, stroke of the pen change, which when you do it, it's an event and then it's done. Technology, customer tastes and preferences, and market ecosystems move along uncertain paths. They move at uncertain paces and to uncertain magnitude. So Yogi Berra says it's tough to make predictions, especially about the future. All three of these things are things that we cannot predict. On the left is stroke of the pen change. I love what you said about New York, kind of wanting it both ways. Regulatory and public policy objectives are set by regulators. And what they're solving for in some cases, and New York is one of them, is very different than the givens that I just gave on the last page. So what that means is, because these two things are changing the givens, the utility role, the economic model that it's based on is going to change. And the question becomes, will those two changes be in sync? Will the stuff on the left, the regulatory stroke of the pen change, match the stuff on the right? And maybe a better question is, what can we do to get those things in sync? Because as I'll talk about later, if they're out of sync, we're in a world of hurt. So let me just touch on for a minute what the new models are. And if the question is, what will the new models be? The short answer is actually nobody knows. But here are the cliff notes on a couple of them that are floating around. New York Rev, what New York has decided is the big problem is the utility. The big problem is that the utility's model is conflicted. The utility wants capital, and the answer is distributed energy resources, and I can't let the utility have that capital. And of course, New York has NYPA, and then they've also got NYSERDA, and they're not really utility friendly, as Ed pointed out. And so this bleeding edge stuff is taking place in an unfriendly climate to utilities. So what they said is, we're going to take that away from utilities. The answer is distributed resources. It's a D-level RTO. Utilities, you can run the market and the platform, but you can't own the distributed energy resources. So they've assumed an answer, a certain market structure, and they're driving everything towards it, and that's what they're solving for. California, in contrast, seeks distributed energy resource penetration, but they are agnostic on how to get there. They are not calling for a D-level RTO. There's one guy who's pushing that a little bit, but it's not too far. For much fewer exits on the utility, they're using some existing mechanism. They're allowing people to aggregate DER and get it into CAISO. And they are much more concerned. They've got a broader set of public policy objectives, in my view, that are more equal than New York's. And so they're kind of going, I'm not going to solve for this one thing, I'm going to solve for a bunch of things. Part of their leave behind got also information on Minnesota's E21 and on Hawaii. Hawaii, about 30, I think, utility executives. I saw the stuff last Friday. It's pretty cool. Saw these postcards from the future. All the executives wrote postcards that are in this. And we did that last year for Germany. And one of the best trade publications in the business, Public Utilities Fortnightly. I don't know if have you been over? No. It's great. You should read it. Publish an article on that, and we're probably going to pitch in an article on the Hawaii stuff as well. We'll see whether they pick it up.
And Scott Madden's a great partner with
That's end of place. So, let's get the, so what's at stake with this model changing? There's just four little things, and I defer to my colleague at Moody's, but you know, on the table is these are four little things that might have a teeny tiny impact on consequences. One is relatively stable, certainly cash flows. Another is the value of our assets. Another is our opportunities to grow. And then the last one is where we stand on the risk return frontier. So if those things wiggle around, I think, Swami, would their economic consequences wiggle around?
More than just wiggle around, I would say.
You heard from the expert. So let's take them one at a time. Cash flows. In the upstate of the world, you get to talk about we're trying to do new stuff. We need new assets. We need to put new assets on the grid, and we'll be paid for. In the downstate of the world, what happens is you get insufficient returns to debt or equity, and then how do you do in the capital markets when the money's not coming in enough to pay your equity and credit investments?
Bankruptcy. No, maybe not bankruptcy, but actually what happens is the cost of capital will go up, meaning not enough money is coming in already, and investors will want even more returns to lend to a business like that.
So you just knock on the door of the regulator and say, jack up my rate of return, and of course they would love to do that. Asset value in the upstate of the world, you get more value out of the existing set of assets because you're doing more stuff with it, and you get to invest in the new set of assets. Downstate of the world, what happens is this stuff gets stranded. That's the death spiral stuff, which last week, as near as I could tell, David Crane said is absolutely happening, and every other utility CFO said not a worry anymore.
You know, I know that David Crane is always on the cutting edge, so I don't know how. I'm just saying David Crane is always on the cutting edge of these predictions.
So we'll see. So the industry feels strongly both ways. Growth opportunities, the New York Red platform revenues, the traditional below-the-line stuff in the upstate of the world. In the downstate of the world, utilities get marginalized. They're either prohibited from providing the new services, or they are not good at it, and they have negative growth, which hurts them in the capital markets. Last one on this page of the four things that are kind of in play, risk return frontier. On the one hand, maybe the new stuff pays out. Maybe we get market-based earnings, maybe we get some TPR, other sources, and it offsets any losses. In the downstate of the world, you get a riskier business model. You get Wall Street saying, I need a higher cost of capital if you want any dough, and we're the, I think, third most capital-intensive industry or enterprise in the country. But when you go to the commission and say, I need a higher allowed ROE, that's tough to get. So how might financial markets react? And Swami's already given us the answer. We've long moved past the widows and orphans stage, but we're still kind of low risk. However, this lack of clarity on returns as utility 2.0 or whatever the hell you want to call it is in play, may mean that we need adjustments to our criteria to account for changing business and regulatory models. And with all due respect, I think the financial markets are looking where it is, which is, it would be nice to have some clarity on what the hell's going to happen here, but clarity is in short supply. So what does good look like to me, to us, when it comes to positive economic consequences from a new model? Good looks like aligning these 7 piece parts. The 3 in the middle, which are sort of your business model, your activity system, your technical competencies in the markets. Those have to be aligned. They've got to be aligned with a regulatory construct that works with that business model, and financial market criteria and outcomes that like that business model. And then on the right, they've got to be aligned with that fits and starts stuff, the technology that's changing in ways you can't predict, and customer tastes and preferences that are changing in ways that you can't predict. These 7 things are controlled by independent actors, and these independent actors have differing interests. So how do we get from here to there? How do we get these 7 things to line up so that they work together? There's more than one right way to align them, and there's a lot of wrong ways to align them. So to talk about this is a framework that is an HBR, I guess, over the summer. I kind of like a lot. And what they do is they cross business model and technical competency. And so it creates a 2x2, which I like as consultants love 2x2. So you've got new or existing business model and new or existing technical competencies. You get 4 quadrants. Let me kind of take you around the clock here. And then I'll show how this applies. So lower left is same technical competency, same business model. That's like a BMW 3 Series. The engineers do the same thing, factory does the same thing, dealers do the same thing, and we all go out and buy it. The upper right, that's both things are new. The business model, meaning how the market works, and the technical competencies are both things that we haven't done before. The example there would be digital photography. The upper right is swinging for the fence. You can swing for the fence, might hit a home run, do that, and when you do, you sometimes strike out. So the example of that in their industry is New York Rev. New York Rev is redesigning the market, redesigning the technical competencies all at once. It's hard to get that right, and Kodak did that with digital photography, which they invented in, I think, 72, 77, and then they launched in the aughts. Then lower right and upper left. The lower right is a new technical competency, same business model. So the example there is Big Pharma. Big Pharma used to use molecular chemistry. Now they use molecular biology. It's the same business model, big R&D bets, lots of labs, big regulatory process. You get a few drugs through, they get protected, they make more money, you have a bunch that don't. The only thing was when you went down the hallway in the lab, the mad scientists wearing white coats had different degrees and the labs looked different and had different equipment. Competency, same business model. Upper left, competency, different business model. That example was like the Android phone. You make a phone operating software the same way. Apple does it the same way that Google gives theirs away. That's a different business model. Google's giving it away because it's going to drive their ad business and their search business. So those are the 4 quadrants. So how does that apply? Remember, their goal here is to get alignment of those 7 things: the utilities and their models, the regulators, the financial markets and their criteria, the fits and starts technologies, the fits and starts customer tastes and preferences, and the market this morning. You go to a regulatory proceeding here, and especially in New York, we see a whole bunch of different kinds of cats than you would have seen 10 years ago. Everybody and their brother is now interested, and that indicates that there are economic interests driving those political interests. So what we're seeing is a lot of green. We do a lot of stuff to learn about the technology. We're engineering companies. We like to do that. The difficulty there is we're not necessarily learning the customer and business model side. On the other hand, if we do what they're saying in New York Rev, and we change the technical competencies, the market structure, everything at once, we need to be really, really smart, particularly when it comes to planning markets and avoiding unintended consequences. This is easier said than done, as the Chinese are discovering this year with their planned markets. The magic in their view is in the middle, and that's because the primary change drivers are fits and starts. It means uneven pace. It means we can't know how they turn out. You can't know how new products and services work in the market by performing market research. The only way to do it is to go to market and see what happens. And we're trying to align those 7 independent actors to create a situation where we have positive economic consequences. So in their view, the answer is a series of market trials that help us learn the market, that help us set regulatory precedent, but market trials that aren't just technology, that test customer and business model as well. So for example, microgrids as a service. You take critical infrastructure, you have like hospitals,